All right, anything from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
One housekeeping issue, Your Honor, your name plate is in a direct line where we have a little more trouble seeing.
You know, I don't have any problem taking down my nameplate. I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at the Ahmaud Arbery trial.
We'll do a formal name change. File your petition.
Thank you, Your Honor. And besides that, nothing from us.
Michelle.
Your Honor, three, I
Making
think I'm
sure.
counting correctly. One issue, we renew our objection for service of the records proceeding on Veterans Day. In this case, we maintain that under the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution, any distinction
Good morning. Good
under
morning.
the OCGA 141 between Sunday and federal holidays would be unconstitutional in this context. We would note, as this court has noted in the related context of compelling jurors to serve during COVID, compelling jurors to serve on this federal holiday, we would contend is a violation of the jurors' rights, whether they have formally filed objections or not. We don't know whether they know. They can tell the court if they have an issue, like if they have daycare.
What's going on now is
we maintain
today is a
that
federal
it is
holiday.
illegal.
So they're saying they shouldn't be there.
Let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that this court doesn't value our veterans or value Veterans Day. We know how important that is to the court. But still, for preserving our objection, we contend that this is a notwithstanding the 1888 Supreme Court case that would be contrary to that this is not a judicial day when court can conduct business. And more specifically, this is a federal holiday on which the court cannot compel jurors to appear and for jurors to serve, however willing they might be to do that. That was one issue. I think the court's already addressed it, but I can sit down if the court feels compelled to address it again.
I believe I've already addressed that. We're here.
Judge is like, we're here.
Second issue,
We're all here.
is, my understanding is we're going to be taking up special agent secrets statements or testimony later today. I may misunderstand.
The deposition is 4 hours with breaks.
All right. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about what's going on. All right. So while they're kind of going through their pretrial stuff, because they're before everything gets kind of set, I want to give you guys a quick update of what happened yesterday so we can all be on the same page. Okay. So yesterday we were here. We looked at some of the trial earlier, and it was, it's kind of just background stuff, a lot of background stuff. And then we went to Rittenhouse trial because Rittenhouse was on the stand. So we were like, yeah, we're going to check out the Rittenhouse trial because that was a little bit more cagey yesterday. So we watched that, and that went on for the rest of the day. So now we're back here at the Ahmaud Arbery trial. So if you're not looking for the Ahmaud Arbery trial, you're in the wrong place, right? We're watching the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Yesterday there were some very interesting developments. The first development is that Travis McMichael, the McMichaels, number one, they said they were trying to hit Arbery with the car. They were literally trying to hit him with the car. They had a detective on the scene, and they gave like a whole bunch of statements. It was crazy. They also had the person who made the initial 911 call, who saw Arbery go into the house. Come to find out, it was not a 911 call. It was a non-emergency call. And when they asked the witness, well, why didn't you call 911? Why'd you call? He said, because I didn't think it was an emergency. Second is about the whole burglary. The McMichaels never said until they started this defense thing that they were making a citizen's arrest or that even Ahmaud Arbery had committed some type of burglary. So all of these things add up. They talked about 4 or 5 different times when they were chasing Ahmaud Arbery that they tried to hit him with the car. Even one of the McMichaels said that, damn, he would still be alive if I was able to hit him with the car. They actually ran him into a ditch during that time. So the defense was just trying, and as you saw at the trailer earlier, the defense attorney was getting desperate, just like, I don't know if you guys saw the Rittenhouse case yesterday, where the defense attorney where the prosecutor was getting desperate. So in this case, the defense attorney happened to be getting desperate, and the defense attorney essentially just ignored the court's ruling. So when the defense attorney ignored the court's ruling, the judge admonished him and stopped the court, and then they came back. So just so we're clear on the facts that the prosecution has laid out as we know them now. Number one, the McMichaels did not know anything about what Mr. Ahmaud Arbery had done. Number one. Number two, they did not see him steal anything. They didn't see him take anything. They didn't see him come out the house. They saw nothing. They just saw him running down the street. Three, they tried to hit him with the car, admittedly, on a couple of occasions, and claimed if they would have hit him with the car and knocked him out, then they wouldn't have killed him. Four, it also come out that they've used the N-word. So I would say that now race has some issue to play here, right? Race has a part of this trial. Race has a part of this trial now because they were using the N-word. I don't want to say the exact context, but there's a dead body on the floor and they called them an N, right? And they were trying to chase the N. Problems. Also, if you are conducting a citizen's arrest, you have to know what you're arresting the person for. You have to have some probable cause or basis of belief. So I know one of the big contentions with this trial was that, well, hey, we saw him trespass a couple of days ago. Come to find out, you cannot chase people down for misdemeanor crimes they committed in the past. So if I commit a misdemeanor past 2 days ago and you see me today, you cannot chase me down today and try to conduct a citizen's arrest on a misdemeanor that you saw me commit the other day. Nor can you chase me down for a misdemeanor. If I can't be arrested on the spot, you can't chase me to arrest me for a misdemeanor. And that is, even at best, Ahmaud Arbery, even if we assume that he committed trespass, it would have been a misdemeanor. And there is, it's nothing. Lastly, this case is turning into Kyle Rittenhouse reverse. In the Kyle Rittenhouse case, as you guys have seen, Kyle Rittenhouse had a gun, but he was being chased. And when cornered, then he was able to respond with deadly physical force because he thought that his life was in danger. In this case, the person who was being chased did not have the gun. The people who were chasing him were with guns. The people who pointed guns at him. That's the difference. So Ahmaud Arbery is Rittenhouse without the gun. He was being chased. They tried to hit him with a car like 4 or 5 times. They eventually cornered him. McMichaels have said they tried to corner him, and they cornered him. And when he evaded, had a gun pointed at him, and we tried to evade, they tried to capture him again. Now, I think a lot of people are trying to make this this false equivalency between McMichaels having the gun pointed at Arbery and Rittenhouse having the gun pointed at Rosenbaum. But there's a big difference. In Rittenhouse, Rosenbaum was chasing Rittenhouse. Here, McMichaels was chasing Arbery. And when Arbery was cornered with a gun pointed at him, he reached for the weapon. Now, in this case, you cannot confront someone with a weapon, and when that person reaches for the weapon, claim self-defense. Because the prosecution's theory of this case is that they were conducting an unlawful citizen's arrest, an illegal citizen's arrest. And while conducting an illegal citizen's arrest, what happened is that it became false imprisonment. So from the time they started chasing Mr. Arbery to the time they shot him, that whole transaction was they were trying to conduct a citizen's arrest. But since that citizen's arrest was illegal, that turned into felony false imprisonment. So it's just like me trying to rob a bank. While I'm in the bank trying to rob the bank, I have no claim to self-defense, right? If an armed guard tries to grab my gun while robbing a bank, and I shoot him and say, well, hey, he tried to grab my gun, I have no claim for self-defense. That's exactly what they're trying to claim here. The prosecution is trying to claim that since this transaction of this crime happened all throughout this time period, then that never gave them the right to point the gun at Mr. Arbery. And when Mr. Arbery reached to grab the gun, essentially, while they were in the commission of trying to arrest him or this false imprisonment, this felony false imprisonment, they killed Mr. Arbery, which gives you felony murder. So that's where we're at, and that's what this case is. Now, last but not least, another interesting point is that, with the N-word and with all this, it seems like we're really, really trying to put a bow on. They were not authorized for a citizen's arrest. They were in commission of a felony, which was felony false imprisonment. And that felony false imprisonment, Mr. Arbery died. And the 911 call, which wasn't a 911 call, it was a non-emergency call to say that there's somebody in this this house. So that's where we're at. I hope I've been able to catch you up. And now let's go listen to the testimony. I have a super chat that just came in from Britt. Britt says, spreading a bit of love for the Law Tube community. Thanks. I've been watching the other trial for a bit. However, that does not mean this case is not just as important as that one. Yes. And I'm, essentially I'm calling this case Rittenhouse reverse, because that's essentially what this is. This is Kyle Rittenhouse in reverse. Now I know there's some other legal commentators that said, well, you have to look at the moment of when McMichael's pointed the gun at Arbery, and when Arbery lunged, then that gives him self-defense. That's false. That's wrong. That is incorrect. And think about this. If somebody's robbing a bank and the guard, who's may not be armed, lunges for the robber's gun and the robber shoots him, well, are you saying the bank robber has a claim to self-defense? Obviously not. And that's the theory of the prosecution's case here. And I hope that helps clear it up for everybody. Binger. Kyle's AR is bigger, so that's intent. Yeah, Binger's a disgrace. Binger's a disgrace. So let me turn on this audio so we can get back to it.
Yes, we've already litigated the polygraph issue. The law is very firm on it. Polygraphs do not come in the state of Georgia. They only come in if the defense and the state agree, and the state does not agree.
All right, polygraphs, lie detector tests. So we got to talk about lie detectors just before we go on here. I know I keep stopping it, but they're still doing pretrial stuff, and it's my stream. I can say whatever I want. So let's talk about lie detectors. In the jurisdiction in Georgia, they do not allow lie detectors to come in. Why don't they let lie detectors come in? Well, lie detectors don't tell you the actual truth. What they do is tell you what the person believes the truth is. So, for instance, let's say you have a conspiracy theorist who believes they were abducted by space aliens. Well, if you put a lie detector on them, they're going to say, yeah, they were abducted by space. So they're not telling a lie. But that may not be true. That may not be factual. So that's why lie detectors don't tell you if it's actually the truth. They just tell you whether the person honestly believes they're telling you the truth or not. So so in Georgia, both sides have to agree to allow a lie detector to be poured in. But here, both sides are not agreeing to have the lie detector poured in. Only the defense wants it in, but the prosecutor says no, so the lie detector is not coming in.
With regard to Agent Seacrest, I presented by counsel who was sitting right next to him during this entire interview, all the interviews with Agent Seacrest. Agent Seacrest had been in contact.
Yeah, I'm not
with
sure.
Mr.
So that's why I said
before,
in Georgia, right? I'm not sure about all
of
states.
those interviews. So this assertion that somehow Mr. Bryan and his statements his demeanor changed because of outside influences that have absolutely nothing to do with the state, nothing to do with Agent Seacrest, and the fact that he was represented by counsel, this appears to be a very empty motion, and there's nothing really at this time that the state can respond to. The state also has not had a chance to look at these cases, so I ask that this be deferred. And actually, I don't even know what he's motioning for.
I don't think there's anything. I think this is more directory than anything else. But maybe it didn't come up in the context of the polygraph, but at some point I've got to think through this, in the pretrial, in the motion practice pretrial, the issue of what was surrounding Mr. Bryan's statement had come up. Was that not in the polygraph? Or I'm sorry, not in the discussion about the voluntariness of the statement that we're discussing?
Correct. It was during the Jackson Denner hearing.
The reason
So these are just some additional cases on that point.
The reason I raise it is because we're under no
The jury is
obligation.
not here in the room.
We're under no obligation to put the state on notice of anything, but we do have an obligation as officers of the court to keep the court advised as best we can. And I'm simply letting the court know that this issue during the trial could play out very differently than it did during the pretrial Jackson v. Denno hearing, and I didn't want the court to be surprised.
I understand. Thank you. All right, let me just go through this transcript charge and tailor it.
You know what's funny? Like even yesterday, when like yesterday in the what's it called, in the Rittenhouse case, the defense attorney, the prosecution was getting yelled at by the defense attorney, and in this case, it's the exact opposite.
Turn me down a little bit.
The defense attorney is being yelled at by the prosecutor. Let me kill some of the prosecutor is very good in this case, though. I'm just going to keep it real. The prosecutor is very, very good in this case. Nate, the lawyer, do you feel like the judge is better than Schroeder? Oh, this judge is better. I don't know. This judge is more by the book. Doesn't raise his voice, calm and collected. This is the type of judge you want. If I had a choice, I would choose this judge other than Schroeder. This judge is also an academic. I think Schroeder is just a long-time judge, even though I like them both. I think both these judges are best. But if you ask me who would I rather appear in front of, I would rather appear in front of this judge. I think this judge is just more of an academic. I think the Lord's defense trying to prove the gun firing was intentional, or was it actually trying to say that it was justified? They're saying it was justified self-defense. They're saying it was justified self-defense. They're saying at the point that Arbery ran at him, that the defendants were justified. That's their mics. That the defendants were justified in employing deadly physical force against Ahmaud Arbery because he lunged for their gun. Good morning, Nate. Thanks for recap and analysis. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope to. Hey, Nate. After Kyle testifying, I think he needs to go to law school. Yeah, he was good yesterday. Kyle was definitely good yesterday. Oh yeah, and for all those people who want to go back and forth, unless like something real crazy happens in the, like the case gets dismissed, like the judge starts saying, we're going to dismiss the case this morning.
Okay.
We're not going, Rittenhouse, we're done with it.
Language about the
We're
deposition
strictly sticking
into the
with
charge
Arbery.
transcript. So what I'm going to let them know is at this time you're going to watch a recorded deposition. This is proper evidence for you to consider. During the deposition, some 911 calls will be played. I'm going to allow you to have a transcript of the recordings, and then I go into the charge itself that I read yesterday. So I'll go ahead and address it that way.
There's also a stipulation that's going to come in prior to the deposition. And the only thing I'd like to make sure we hash out is that the stipulation is something we all agree are the accurate dates of those 911 calls. And I know when you tell the jury, if you hear anything different, it's up to you to decide between a transcript and what you're hearing. But we want the jury to know that what the accurate dates of those 911 calls and the videos, the security cam videos that will be played during the English deposition, the accurate dates are what is on the stipulation. As the court may recall,
I also want to allow people to understand what the law is now, because a lot of people are, for some reason, are confused about what the law is now. The law, when it comes to citizens' arrest, so people can just be very clear about this, is that you need probable cause. Now, I used to explain it to my officers, right? Because I was a training officer. So I'll explain to you like I explained to my officers. Probable cause is when you have evidence that a crime has been committed. It doesn't have to be absolute proof, but it has to be some evidence. For instance, if someone says there was a battery or an assault where somebody punched someone in the face, and I come up to them and they just look fine, right? Nothing, right? There's no punch, no nothing. That may not be enough for me to make an arrest. I mean, unless you want to press charges. But if someone then says, "Hey, I want to file a criminal complaint," right? I want to write out a complaint swearing to these facts, then that person's complaint becomes the basis of my probable cause, right? So now I have someone who's swearing out a criminal complaint that this person committed a crime, and that's the basis for my probable cause to make an arrest. That's where you get the term pressing charges, right? I'm going to press charges. No, you're going to write out a complaint, and then the police are going to arrest based on the probable cause listed out in that complaint. Now, obviously, there's a little bit more to it, but that's what generally probable cause is. If I see you do something, right? If I see you steal something, I see you do something, that's also considered probable cause. But now there's a lower level, right? And that's called reasonable suspicion. Now, reasonable suspicion, I can't arrest someone for. I can just detain and investigate. So, but that's only available to law enforcement officers. That's not available to private citizens. An example of an example of a lawful stop would be, let's say I get a 911 call that there's a man in a black shirt, a black man with dreads, glasses, and a black shirt, and he has a gun, and he's been waving around the gun. So I get to the scene. I have no person who's willing to fill out a complaint saying, hey, I saw Nate do this, and there's the guy. But you witness, you see me, and I have a black shirt, dreads, glasses, and you see me walking around that same area. Well, that's enough for reasonable suspicion, because you really don't know if I've done anything, but I fit the description in a very specific way that allows you to stop, question, what are you doing here? And for officer safety, frisk me. But that is not available to regular citizens. Regular citizens can't stop, question, and frisk people. Now, think about stops as traffic stops, right? If another citizen sees you speeding down the highway, even reckless speeding, they can't pull you over, right? Let's say in some states, it's a crime to go over 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, right? That's a misdemeanor. But another motorist can't pull you over and say we're stopping this person on the highway, right? And give you a ticket, right? Because they're not authorized to do it. And that's the civil and Terry stop. So when we talk about civilians trying to just detain people for that's not allowed. They can only arrest people. And if you're wrong with the facts with the arrest, then guess what? You've just committed a crime. And that crime is either false imprisonment or kidnapping. Sorry about the long explanation, but I think it's important that you understand these concepts. So the McMichaels needed probable cause to chase and conduct the citizen's arrest. If they have it, then they should get off. If they did not have that, then it's likely they're going to be convicted. For police, not for the regular citizen. For police, yes. For me and you as citizens, no. That's because police are trained. The case Terry v. Ohio, and they're authorized by state statute. So yes, police can do it based on anonymous reports. We cannot. Yes, that's called a jury withstanding. I mean, it's the judge can overturn the jury's verdict and say that the prosecution did not meet its standard, and they can. So the judge can overturn the jury's verdict. It's not called a directed verdict. A directed verdict is different. It's called it's like JVON. It's judgment notwithstanding the verdict. I might have gotten that wrong, but that's essentially what you're talking about. The judge will say, as a matter of law, this is not right, or based on what he's seen. I think it's judgment. I forget what it is. It's JNOV. JNOV. Now my mind is all bad. JNOV. Yeah, JNOC. I'm sorry. We called it JNOV. Judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
Good morning. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
So and educate him on how the law works.
We are ready to
he is wild on listeners when they call. Both his viewers need to be educated on how the law works. So that's emotional. I'll go back on Lucas. I was on there a couple of days ago.
This time, you are going to be watching a recorded deposition. This is proper evidence for you to consider. Now, during this deposition, some 911 calls will be played. You will be allowed to have a transcript of the recordings to help you identify speakers and as a guide to help you listen to the calls. If you believe at any point that the transcript says something different from what you hear in the recording, remember that it is the recording that is the evidence. It is not the transcript. At any time that there is a variation between the recording and the transcript, you must be guided solely by what you hear on the recording and not what you see in the transcript. Now, I do ask as we do this that you not read ahead in a transcript as we move through the recording itself. Now, there's going to be a stipulation which is going to be entered by the parties. And part of that stipulation is that the recordings occurred on certain dates. Again, a stipulation is an agreement between the parties as to some fact or fact, which you as the jury are bound to accept as facts during your deliberations. You may give whatever weight you wish to those facts. So with those instructions, I believe we're going to enter the stipulation.
Yes, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Court's Exhibit 3, Stipulation of the Parties. The parties stipulate to the following evidence. Caitlin Nguela of ROCIC in Tennessee attempted to enhance the audio on the 911 call made by Greg McMichael and attempted to enhance the audio on the cell phone video taken by William Bryan without any noticeable results. Caitlin Nguela of ROCIC in Tennessee did enhance the cell phone video taken by William Bryan and produced 2 exhibits. Both the state and the defendants stipulate to the authenticity and admission of State's Exhibit 129 containing the 2 digital files labeled stabilized _IMG _ 5617 and stabilized _ color safe levels _ IMG _ 561. The parties stipulate to the following evidence. Matthew Heath, digital forensic investigator with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, produced the following exhibits per the request of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation team and provided these exhibits to GBI Special Agent Lawrence Kelly. State's Exhibit 314, folder of 1,095 frame-by-frame photos of cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibit 191, half-speed video of the cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibits 221, 222,
I did at the beginning of the
223
video. Go back to the
and
beginning. I gave a
224
recap.
contain 4 files that combine the videos from 220 Satilla Drive, 119 Satilla Drive, and 224 Satilla Drive that solely show Ahmaud Arbery's path on February 23rd, 2020. The parties stipulate that, back up, the state and the defense stipulate to the following dates for the videos provided to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation by Mr. Larry English. State's Exhibit 117 are the videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 11th, 2020. State's Exhibit 120, videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 23rd, 2020. State's Exhibit 121, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on October 25th of 2019. State's Exhibit 122, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 17th, 2019. State's Exhibit 123, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 18th, 2019. State's Exhibit 124, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on December 17th, 2019. And then State's Exhibit 125, a 220 Satilla Drive video. This was emailed to Georgia Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Seacrest on May 22nd of 2020. However, the date the video was taken is unknown. That completes the stipulation of the parties, Court's Exhibit Number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. In addition, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence in relationship to the 911 calls that were tendered in last night with Kara Richardson. States Exhibit 149A, 150A, 153A, 154A, 155A, 157A, and 159A, which are the transcripts that relate to those 911 calls, and they're being placed into the record. They will not go out for deliberations, but they are the transcripts that the jury will be able to review during the 911 calls. So they're placed in the record. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Those are admitted for that purpose.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, stay ready with the deposition testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's just go ahead and make sure we're clear on who the witness is. And
So we have a deposition
Yes,
that
sir.
we're going to listen
I'm just gonna
to.
move my chair because I'll be up
Yes.
here for a while. The witness in this case is Larry English. The deposition took place on September 24th of 2021 here in this courtroom.
Larry English gave a deposition. Let's hear it. Larry English is the person who owned the house.
They call him Larry English. So it's right with us. Stand up, please, go ahead. Raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Take your seat. Good morning, Mr. English. Can you hear me okay? Yes, sir. Okay, I know it's hard to see who everybody is with masks on, but my name is Paul Camarillo. I'm with the state. You and I have had a conversation before, is that correct, through Zoom? Yes. Okay. All right, Mr. English, will you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, please?
Larry Boyd English, Jr., Larry Hoyt, Englishjr.
Okay, thank you for being here today, sir. Today what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about your background. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. We're going to talk about some of the relationships you may have with parties in that neighborhood. And we're also going to talk about some events that occurred back in 2019 and 2020 related to your property and some of your relationships, okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and start with your background. So where do you work? What's your occupation? If you do have a job, what is your job? And what's your general occupation?
My former occupation was a general contractor and a commercial beekeeper.
And how long were you a contractor, sir?
Around 21 years old until 12, 15 years ago.
Okay. And sir, where is your
The reason
general
why
residence?
they're doing a
Where you-
deposition
where
of
you
Larry
live?
English is because he needs a heart transplant.
Coffee
So
counter?
he's not able to testify in
And you
person.
have
So
a
they did
secondary
this
residence, sir?
previously. So that's what's happening. He's the owner of the
Based here
house.
in Brunswick, yes.
Okay. And where is that? What's the address there?
220 Satilla Drive.
Sir, do you have any children?
Yes.
And what are their ages?
13 and 17.
And are you married, sir?
Married? Yes.
For how long?
25 years.
And how old are you?
51.
Let's go ahead and talk about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. Okay, is that here in Glynn County?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and tell me the background and how you came about obtaining this property?
Some 4, 5 years ago, I was diagnosed 6 or 7 years ago with an incurable disease called sarcoidosis that attacks all of your vital organs. And at that time, instead of waiting until I was retired, I had to fast forward my dreams, and me and the wife would get out and ride. I've had a couple of places down here in Cameron County, and love to fish, I love the coast, and my dream was to have a place on the water and be able to go fishing and enjoy it, and be convenient. So we kept riding, and we finally found this vacant lot that we thought we could afford to build a house on at the end of the D4. So we acquired the lot, and I hired a general contractor down here to do a turnkey job on it. And by the time we had got it dried in, we decided that I would try to finish it myself under some other circumstances that brought about the situation. So I started trying to finish it myself, and it prolonged the progression of it. But anyway, during that time, I had two or three bad health situations that gave me some setbacks, and it prolonged it. And we was hour and a half, 2 hours away, and ended up trying to, keep an eye on things, what was going on, and that's where we ended up with a camera, surveillance camera, to see what was going on and take care of it.
Okay. About what year did you acquire it?
4, 5 years ago, I'm not sure.
Okay. And in 2019, can you describe the state of completion of your residence?
In 19,
Yeah, around 2019, going into early 2020.
I'm guessing.
This is the owner of the house. He's too sick to come and give testimony now, so he's giving This is a deposition he did previously. So just so everybody understands what we're
What I'm
watching.
gonna do is I'm gonna put a picture up on the screen, sir, okay? And this is a still shot taken roughly in May of 2020, okay? And I want you to look at it and tell me if this is the general state of completion of your house at 220 Judge Road. Yeah. Mr. English, what I have on the screen for you is State Exhibit 126. Are you able to see that?
Yes,
And could you tell us what that is?
that's my home under construction at 220 Satilla Drive.
And does that look as to the level of completion that it was maybe in February or early 2020? Can you take a look at that and tell us?
It looked like the walls of the garage have been encapsulated in plywood since the day of, I don't know what date you're talking about, but since the day of Ahmaud's. There's been more work done to it in this photo.
In this photo? Okay. What's some of the differences besides the plywood? What about the garage doors?
There's no garage doors on the front. The two large garage doors are not on the front, which are what.
And that's similar to what it was in February 23rd for earlier that
From
year?
elevation, it looks pretty much the same. The difference is the walls have been plywooded on the inside of the garage that separates the interior of the house from the exterior of the garage.
Okay. And what about the front yard?
I think it's the same.
And so that seems to be a true and accurate representation of your house, maybe in May or roughly thereof in 2020?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state tender states 126 in the evidence.
No objection. No objection.
Objection.
Mr. English, is this your property at 220 Satilla Drive?
yes.
Okay. And at any point during the construction of your home, did you have any sort of fencing around either the house or the property line itself?
No,
What about your neighbors? Did they have any fencing going up?
there's a fence on the right and the left side, from say approximately the middle to the back of my home
Mm-hmm.
to the back of the property.
And if we're looking at this photograph, states 126, to the left or to the right of this photograph?
The left and the right
Okay.
has a fence going across the back.
But nothing encapsulating the property itself?
I think this one. I think the not guilty on this one probably lead to riots in the streets. The Kyle Rittenhouse case, I think the left is starting to wake up and
And at
say,
any point up till this photograph, did you have any signs like no trespassing signs or keep off the property or anything like that?
No,
they asked him about that because if you don't have trespassing, you can't trespass unless you're kind of warned. So they're saying were there any signs? They're saying no trespassing, so
Did
forth,
this
so forth.
construction
So.
site around this time and before this, did it have any sort of plumbing or water source or electricity or anything like that?
yes. At this point, there was a temporary faucet to the right of that porta potty. And then at the back of the property, there's a dock and a boat horse that had a faucet back there also on upland part of it, not down at the dock, but on the upland part before you walk down to the dock.
And then what about electricity?
No, just a temporary service pole on the left corner of the property that you can't see in this photo.
And when you came to do work on this house, because you did say you took over the general contracting job of the house itself, right?
I did.
Do you remember around when you did that?
It would have been when the roof got put on it, it would have been a plywood stage and fell on top of it, no windows, no doors, just plywood on the exterior walls, plywood on the top.
Okay, and was that in 2019 or 20 that you started taking over roughly?
I couldn't remember.
You couldn't remember? Okay. And when you came down to work on it, where did you stay?
I got a camper. I've had two different campers in the backyard, that you can't see in this photo.
We're getting just a lot of background information now, so this is
Yeah,
just about,
electricity went through those campers?
Yes, they come off the temporary service pole and there was a wire run to the back there that services the boat horse.
Before y'all constructed this, this portion of the house, for this level of construction, when you first bought the property, what was it?
It was just a vacant lot, pretty much what you see, just a grass lot. The neighbors kept it mowed and clean, and there was an old dock there and a little small, upland building that had steps that went down to the fixed dock.
And do you know anything about the use of this lot from people in the neighborhood in the past?
What I know about it, the neighbor on the right-hand side, Brad Butler, they had some kind of party once or twice a year, Christmas party or something of that nature. They would use it to park some of the overflow of their party guests. And then the left neighbor, Kenny Wade, would park boat trailers, boats, different stuff of that nature there. And I think maybe the kids might have played over there some.
At some point after you purchased the property and started doing construction on it, did you get worried about liability in any way? About people coming on and off?
Yes, once we constructed a new dock and boat horse, I don't remember exactly what stage the home was at that point. Probably in the earlier stages. Mr. Wade contacted me and mentioned that he thought he'd seen the boys from across the street, maybe over there playing. And that concerned me for a couple of reasons. I mean, more or less for their safety rather than somebody stealing something. Because the water on that one tide is very swift there, it can be very dangerous. So at that point, I got some cameras put up to kind of keep an eye on it.
Now we know why he had the cameras.
What type of cameras?
It wasn't because the things were being stolen.
Blink
It was because
and notify your cell phone.
he didn't get the cameras because someone was stealing.
Roughly the year that you started putting these cameras up?
No.
Because they were afraid people might get hurt on the property, especially
Would it have been
children.
before
Because children were going into
2020?
the property.
Yes.
Now tell me about these cameras. When they first started coming up, where did you first start putting them?
I first started putting them down at the dock area. The best I can recall, there might have been one on the very back of the house. because we had to use a camper as a location to put the module that made the cameras work. And it only worked for so many feet away, so it focused on the dock and maybe one at the rear of the house. I'm not 100% sure.
So the
There's two
cameras were there
stages of cameras.
initially to watch the
First
dock,
stage
so
is
nobody
on the
gets hurt on the dock and they can know what
and maybe
happened.
the rear of the house.
That's what they're
And
explaining
were the
now.
cameras themselves hooked up hardwired to anything, or were they battery operated? How do they run?
They're wireless with batteries.
Do you know how often you had to change out the batteries?
About once a year. It depends on how much action you have on it as to how long the batteries last.
And you said that the connection between the cameras and the module, I think you had mentioned you wanted to start with them closer to the module, so if they were further out, would they not connect to the module?
No, they won't. If you get too far away from the module, the cameras won't pick up.
Did the efficiency of these cameras, or how well they worked, did it get adjusted by time of day, internet usage, or anything of that sort that you know of?
Repeat the question, please.
How well the cameras worked? Were they contingent on anything like internet usage or strength of internet?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. If it was a high usage part of the day, sometimes they wouldn't process as fast.
At some point, did these cameras go up anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
And where was that?
After we got the shell of the house completed, you have to have a 110 power source for a module. After we got the structure of the house, then I had a job trailer that's a 20-foot cargo trailer that was parked next to the temporary service pole in the front yard. And from that temporary service pole, I run a 110 wire into the side of it, and we got what they call a hotspot that gives me Wi-Fi service, and we put the second set of cameras at that point. And that was on the fronts of the house. I had 3 or 4 cameras on the front of the house, and one inside the living room and one inside the garage.
How many cameras in total did you have?
I think the second package was a 5 package setup, 4 or 5. The first one was maybe 3. I'm not 100% sure. But on the house, there was 2 on the back, 2 on the front, a couple inside, and then we had 2 on the dock.
Once you put up these cameras, were you able to monitor your home?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And how would you be able to monitor the cameras when you were not physically on the property?
I could look at it, I could pull up on my phone, and I could actually look at it manually at any point in time. Or it would give me a notification on my phone if activity was going on the property, it would notify me.
If you got a notification and you looked at the phone, was there any sort of recording that would start, or how did the cameras capture any sort of footage going on at the house?
Well, when I would click on whichever one it was that would notify me, it would start, and there's a time setting on these clips. I can't remember the exact time. I want to think up to 60 seconds, I think. And depending on how many seconds you had it set for, how long the clip would show. But it was started from the beginning when it was triggered until the time ran out that you had set.
And then you were able to save those, maybe download those videos somewhere?
I never saved them or downloaded them. I'm kind of low tech, and I didn't realize, but at some point, once you get so many accumulated, it starts dropping off the oldest ones and recording the newest ones.
At some point, were you able to capture any surveillance or any clips from people walking in and off?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
The first instance that we had, I was in Douglas about 9 o'clock or so, and it went off, 9 or 10 o'clock, it went off. And showed me in the middle of the night. That was the first time that we'd ever recorded anything on it.
Okay. And did those clips get recorded to a
The setting the
file
foundation
or
on why the
internet server
cameras were
somewhere?
there and what they were trying, what they were there
Saved in my
for.
phone.
Okay, so they got saved on your phone?
It would be relevant if he put the cameras in because
But
someone
like
was
I say, it
burglarizing
was
his place,
saved
right?
until
So the fact that that didn't that was not the case, they had the cameras, I think is irrelevant.
I was unaware of that to begin with. I just thought it kept going continuous, but it drops off over after a certain point.
Gotcha. Now, when you had people working on your house during the day, would these cameras get triggered, or were you able to shut them off if people were working? Tell me about that.
I could turn them off manually from a remote location. A lot of times I would remember to do that. A lot of times I wouldn't. Sometimes I would turn them off, and it may be 2 days before I remember to turn them back on.
And did you notice on these cameras during the daytime, any sort of traffic coming and going, maybe in front of your house or around your house, anything like that?
Sometimes it will pick them up at the street, but I tried to position them where the street traffic wouldn't trigger them.
And at some point during the daytime, did you capture
Hack
anybody
the
coming in
planet.
and out of your property?
But Hack the Planet, it was
Tell me
full
about that.
self-defense. So
I can't
you
remember
know all the stuff you're saying
situations.
inside
I
the
mean,
the chat is just irrelevant.
most of the time
It's
when I see
self-defense.
subcontractors show up, I know
A lot of people
what
don't
time
like it,
was
but
they
the
showed
fact why
up,
he was there, all that stuff,
and,
that's irrelevant.
I turn them off. You got not very much daytime footage that I was concerned about.
Sure. Give me some other examples besides the subcontractors of people that would come in and off your property.
Well, one thing that pops up in my mind was,
Mr. English, what are some other examples of people coming and going on your property during the daytime?
So you're talking about there's a lot of
well,
people
the
coming in and on the
before
property.
we were interrupted was about the kids. That's one of the main things that pops in my mind. If the kids did come over there, they'd get a couple pieces of plywood. I could see out of the corner of the camera that they was in the street, had a bicycle ramp built out of it, and that's what they were doing with it. It didn't really alarm me. I was glad to see kids out and doing something with plywood.
So understand what we're hearing, people.
I never, I mean,
The issue, the reason why he had this issue wasn't because of a burglary by anyone else. It was because kids were taking the wood and building bicycle ramps. So the kids were entering the property, taking stuff, and so they're committing burglaries, right? Literally, kids are committing burglaries. And that's what he's talking about.
He would walk around my property, kind of look at it and check on it. I mean, that's the only two instances during the daytime that really I can
Yeah.
remember.
Okay, that were significant to you in some way, is that correct?
Well, that's the only thing that really pops into my mind. I mean, there might have been more instances, but it wasn't significant.
It doesn't matter. He has a legal right to be there. It doesn't matter. If he has a legal right to be there, which he did, because the curfew order now we find it wasn't even legal. So if you're saying why was he there, that you might as well just say the same as why was a woman who goes to a frat party, you say, and dressed provocatively, you say, why was she there, right? So you're blaming the victim. You would say, why was she there dressed like that? Because something happens to her, then you would just say, well, it's her fault, right? That's not the way it works. Just because you're there, and even if they were violating curfew, that doesn't give you the right to, that doesn't lose your right to self-defense. Sorry, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Is that right?
Right. And some of these recorders, they may have had to subpoena from the camera system.
Sure.
To get them out, you know,
Sure.
I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I
know it was
understand.
the police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Hack the Planet. I don't know what you're talking about. You're bringing in ridiculous arguments here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No matter why you're there. If someone tries to kill you while you're there, you can still use self-defense. It's like, why were you here? Well, it doesn't matter. If somebody tries to kill me, then I can still use self-defense. Irrelevant to the break. All right, so here's some of the pictures of the kids. Why they stop? So now we got pictures of the kids, but they stopped it. So as we see, they were more worried about children stealing stuff out the house, right? So we got nothing about Arbery, we got nothing about prowlers, we got children. Oh yeah, but it is what it is.
The surveillance videos, various surveillance videos that you that you captured onto your phone and turned
Correct.
over to the police, is that right?
Right.
And
Ronnie's
some of
correct.
these recordings, they may have had to subpoena from the camera system
Sure,
to get them.
Sure.
I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I
know it's
understand.
the police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you and I went over some recordings of your 911 calls to the police, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is put up State's Exhibit 125, and this is a video you and I went over in my office.
So here you see that you literally see the kids, so you got children playing in there, you got other adults. So he's saying there's a lot of people going inside this house, right? Not just Arbery. So this kind of blows up that whole argument that this was like a unique situation that people were going in this house, right? You got everybody going inside there, and they got hours of videos. And he said, yeah, we got a lot of people going inside there.
And when we watch this clip and we're playing this clip, is this a true and accurate representation of the surveillance video clip from your house?
You asking me if this is correct?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, state tenders State's Exhibit 125 as evidence, that's video B. I'm sorry, video A, clip A.
This is also going to go to the racism part of it too, right? All these white people going in, all these kids going in. A black guy you got going in, and now you're chasing him down because you think he committed a burglary. Understand, this all plays into that narrative, right? Why all of a sudden are you jumping on the black guy, right? You got kids here, and they're showing you, here are the kids, here are the white people, but the black guy you want to chase down with guns. So that's the narrative that they're trying to portray to the jury. The kids stole stuff, right? Arbery, you've already heard testimony that Arbery never took anything. Even McMichael said, yeah, I don't think he's ever taken anything before. So now you're starting to get to that narrative. Arbery never took anything, but the kids took stuff. Arbery went inside there, so did all these other people. Yesterday they said there's a B&G, a guy with a truck stopped and used the porta potty, right? So people are going inside there all the time.
I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 125, subsection B.
They threw out the curfew charge. The curfew charge they threw out the curfew charge. So he's not being charged with violating curfew. For Kyle Rittenhouse, it seems like this person was saying, yeah, there's no curfew charge. There was no lawful curfew charge. Yeah, that's why they threw it out. So if you're hanging your whole argument on the curfew charge, then you're wrong. The curfew charge was thrown out. And then you'd have to say that nobody there had any rights, right? Because everybody there was violating curfew.
Yes.
No,
Same two children?
I do.
Were those the same two children? As the
Yes,
park?
yes.
Yeah, for Hack the Planet, if your argument's he wasn't supposed to be there, nobody was supposed to be there. Everybody was violating curfew, so you can't have it both ways.
Yes. Is the microphone turned off? It seemed like when I was in here first, it was on a little louder.
I'm sorry, I'm turning my back to you. I'm gonna see if you can hear me from here. I don't want to get
Yes,
you
that's
up.
better, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah, but everybody keeps it. Even Michael said he never stole anything, and people were going in there at night too, white, black, everything, right? But they had more white people going inside there than black people. Matter of fact, why chase the black person down? That's what the prosecution. That's the narrative the prosecution's making. Why chase the black guy? Kids, white couple, white guys, black. Only the black guys the one you chase down. Why? And the other people they saw on camera stealing stuff, right? They saw them on camera stealing stuff. Again, that's the narrative, and I think it's easy to understand the narrative that's being put out here. It may not be accurate, but
At
it's the
some
narrative.
point, when you have these cameras up
It's a damn good narrative. Defenders are only going
around the
look for-
construction site, did you
Oh yeah.
have folks come onto your property at nighttime?
Yes.
Okay.
This one happened during daylight. That's a good point. This one did happen during daylight. But that doesn't negate the fact that you've had all these other things happen in the past, right? He's been there many times in the past. Bad facts. These are why they do this. These are bad facts. especially for the defendant. These are horrible facts for the defendant.
So the various times that you called 911, okay, and times that you may have stayed surveillance clips.
Yes, Mr. English
corresponding to
is
those
too sick to testify, so they
particular calls,
deposed
okay?
him previously. Answer this question.
I'm going to start with October 25th of 2019. Do you remember making a 911 call on October 25th of 2019?
Not by date.
You don't remember the date?
No,
Okay. Do you remember making 911 calls sometime around that time of year?
I cannot, not by date and month.
Not by date. All right, I'm going to play you, to refresh your recollection, a clip from that day and see if you remember.
Rittenhouse trial has better evidence. I think this trial has. I think they're really on par. They're really close, but I think the Rittenhouse trial has better evidence for Rittenhouse.
That's transcript 1. Let's go ahead and distribute those.
Actually, it's been found 5 times. They tried to hit him with the car. They even said they wanted to hit him with the car. So you got 5 times, and then yeah, you can't conduct a citizen's arrest for a trespass you don't see. So even if they got trespass, they still lose. If your argument is that Arbery trespass, McMichael still committed murder. They still lost. Yeah, committing a trespass, you still lose. McMichael's lose on trespass. They need burglary. Based on video evidence, trespass, yes. And even that's in question. Even the trespass is in question, right? Because that's why they keep asking, were your signs, were there this? So trespass is even in question. Trespass is not a home run. But I'm assuming trespass. Citizen's arrest doesn't allow you to trespass. You can't get that. You can't chase somebody off for trespass. A citizen's arrest, a thing in every state. Generally it is. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're watching, I think, the end of the Rittenhouse trial. I'm peeking in on that, but I'm staying here. This is where I'm focusing on today. If anybody wants to go to the Rittenhouse trial, I'll put Recchietta's their coverage up there too. I'll put it inside the chat so you guys can get it. If anybody wants to watch that. If anybody wants to watch Rittenhouse, let me pass you this.
I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dock down at 220 Cecilia Drive, that's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there, and I've got a trespasser there, so he's a colored guy, got real curly looking hair, he's tattooed down both arms.
You recognize that voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this as one of the
That's for Rittenhouse. I'm gonna watch it on Recchietta's channel. He's got a lawyer's panel over there. Obvious facts to me, Arbery and Kyle are both innocent and have the right to self-defense. Yes. No allegations of dangerous crime, just potential trespass. Yes. Facts. So now he's called the cops on Arbery. That's what we're listening to. I don't want more views. I want to watch the I was asked to do Arbery,
Okay.
and Nick is doing Rittenhouse, so I'll just do Arbery. If people want to do Rittenhouse, I understand, but this is what I'm interested in.
Yes, ma'am, this is Larry English, I'm calling from Douglas, Georgia.
Thank you, though.
I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dock down at 220 Cecilia Drive, that's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there, and I've got a trespasser there, so he's a colored guy, got real curly looking hair, he's tattooed down both arms, and he's over there kind of wandering around, I don't know what's going on, I was just wondering if you could send a deputy or somebody out to check him out for me, please.
So now the first time he's seen Arbery on there, he said, I got a black guy in the house. Have somebody go check him out. That's fair. I think that's fair.
Hello?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm putting all the information in the call. What was your name again?
Larry English.
Mr. English, what's the phone number that you can be reached back at?
912-218-9905.
Okay, and you said it's a black male with tattoos down both arms and what else?
And he's got real curly looking, not dreadlock, but just kind of curly messed up looking hair. The way he acts looks like he's maybe drunk or on drugs. And he's wearing shorts, and I think the sleeveless looking like maybe a t-shirt.
Looks like he's
Yeah,
on
we
drugs.
have a lot of tools and equipment, and I have a camper trailer also there, a temporary camper trailer that we stay in. He's already been down on the dock running around and up on the hill around the house and all.
Very good facts for the defense. This is very good facts for the defense, right? He's worried that Arbery's in there stealing, that Arbery's committing murder. So these are good facts for the defense.
Yes, ma'am, if you would, I would appreciate it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Did he have a vehicle or a foot?
No, the camera's only a pickup kind of, they showed him was only in the backyard.
Johnny
With,
Cochran.
trucks and tractors and equipment, and I've got a boat hanging on a horse down on the dock, and I didn't know if he come up in a vehicle or,
Yeah,
or not.
that
But I
game,
saw
that
the neighbor
trial
next
was over.
door, but it's just ladies next door, and I told him not to go outside and try to
I believe
catch on
so.
or anything, so I don't know if he's in a vehicle or bicycle or walking.
I know this is not the sexy case. I know this is, it's Arbery, but this is the one I was asked to do this. I wanted to do this, so we're doing Arbery. And if you guys, again, I put the link in the chat for Nick's stream because he's covering on Rittenhouse.
No, I've never seen him before. It don't look good, does it?
Okay. And was there any time lapse between the time you saw him and the time you called me?
Just maybe 5 minutes. The camera's been going off since we've been talking. It's got multiple pictures of him.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna have an officer dispatch. If anything changes, or if he leaves or you see anything else, just call us back, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. What was your name again?
You can just call the number that you called and see if anybody who answers.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Thanks,
You're
Dad.
welcome, okay.
Bye.
All right, Mr. English.
Try to stop it there. So this is just to be fair, you got some very good facts in here for the defense, right? He was worried. He was like, "Yo, I got this black guy running around. I got tools and stuff back there. He's there. Can somebody go check him out?" So those are good facts for the defense, right? Mr. English was worried about Ahmaud Arbery. Those are good facts. He even called 911 against Mr. Arbery previously, right? Because he saw him on camera. So these are all good facts for the defendants, right? Gives you that state of mind, like, hey, we believe this guy was committing a burglary because look, English, he told us this guy was walking around. He told us this guy was concerned. He told us he was concerned. Very good facts for the defense. I don't care what anybody's
The
telling
person
you.
you
These are
saw
good
in that
facts.
video, you said you didn't know him.
No,
Okay. You had never met him before?
no,
I've never seen him before?
no.
The cameras that you have at your property, are you able to communicate with somebody who's on the property at that time?
No.
Now, mind you, he's looking at Arbery on his
And
phone and calling the
The night that
police.
that person was on that camera, was that the first time you saw him, or did you see him prior nights?
That's the first time. The best I can recall, that's the very first time.
And in that call, you used the word plundering around. What do you mean by that?
I'm just looking around, checking things out.
Did you ever see that person take anything that night?
No,
Did you ever see anything in his hands? Like a
Thanks,
bag,
David.
a flashlight, or any sort of things on him?
no.
Yeah, when Rittenhouse is over, I'm assuming people will come here, but I'd rather be informed of what's happening here because Rittenhouse, I think, is over. Rittenhouse is done. Unless some miracle happens for the
I think
prosecution.
you
I
said
don't
it
know what
looked
they
like
could
he may
do.
be doing drugs or drinking or was on something like that. Is that correct?
Yes,
But you don't know him, right?
no,
And you didn't know him that night?
No.
So you don't actually know if he was taking or using drugs, is that correct?
No, the reason, what led to that is me and my wife both looked at the video, and when he come back up the ramp from the floating dock, that's where the water runs with. Looked like he was a little bit disoriented. But afterwards, that was a spur of the moment call.
Sure.
Afterwards, I get to thinking about it. When you look at these videos, it looks like there's light shining on them. But in reality, it's dark. Those are infrared recordings. After I get thinking about it, it could have been dark. Maybe he was kind of feeling his way around rather than staggering. So that's, if that gives you any definition of why that was.
Sure.
said.
Sure.
So he thought he was high, but it was dark. So he could have just been, not being able to see.
That right at the top of the ramp. I mean, the best I can remember, it kind of looked like he might have been a little bit disoriented with his footing, And that made me more concerned because it's dangerous, especially in the daytime. It's dangerous because there's no rails around the floating dock.
They already crossed him. We're going to see it. This is the deposition. They've already talked to
Makes
him.
it even more dangerous.
And you said the camera was only showing him in the back. Do you know why only that camera was able to pick him up?
No.
He could have been. He could have been. But he just telling you what his impressions were. Here's the video. Oh, so we get video to see what he saw.
I'm going to show you a video clip from your surveillance camera.
That was a good description of scraggly hair, because his hair does look scraggly.
This is State's Exhibit 121. State's Exhibit 121. It's a video you and I watched on Zoom together.
Judge, I'm going to object to the commentary that goes along with showing the exhibit.
Let's just go ahead and show the exhibit. You need to refresh his recollection.
Sure, Judge. Mr. English, do you recognize, I paused it. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Okay. And what is this a clip of?
it looks like the clip where the gentleman's starting to go down the ramp.
This is an infrared camera, yeah.
Now, this looks to be about a 45 second.
Confrontation clause. Confrontation clause.
Talking about how.
Yeah. You got to talk. You're allowed to confront your accusers.
Yes.
So yeah. So if that happens, you're in trouble.
And is this a true and accurate representation of your camera?
Do what now?
Is this a true and accurate representation of the clip your camera caught?
Just here to show. Thank you. Yes. Thank you,
So
Promenade.
this time state moves to tender State's Exhibit 120.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for those
121.
kind words.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Submitted.
Thank you so much.
For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 121. Trial record, I'm playing the same exhibit through to the jury.
That's true. A lot of people do know Arbery's motives, but don't know this other guy's motives, right? Arbery's was stealing, even though, again, he never stole anything. This guy says he never stole anything, but yet he's a thief. I don't know how you get that. I think he might have had some mental illness, but it doesn't seem like he was stealing anything. There's stuff even here to steal. Is that him coming back? We just walked around. You see him back there again? Back in the upper right-hand portion of the video. There it is. Oh. It's just, it's on repeat. Or is that the wind or something flapping in the wind or something back there?
Mr. English, can you see the mouse moving on my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I only need one juror.
I'm putting the mouse on what looks like some piece of
If it's
metal.
relevant, it can, but it may. I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. Well, I don't believe it. It has been found to be relevant.
Pretty much identical to the walkway that the gentleman in the photo went down.
Okay, so there's a walkway going up, and what direction is this going up if we're looking up to the top of the screen?
And that's the upland to the very back of my property.
And you said that's an identical piece that was going down to the bottom left part of the screen as well?
Correct.
And where does the ramp on the bottom left part of the screen lead to?
It leads down to like approximately 10 foot by 20 foot floating dock.
A floating dock?
Yes.
Are there any rails or anything keeping people from falling off there?
No.
For the record, I'm putting the mouse on now a dark object, maybe a black object on the middle right of the screen. What is this, sir?
That's a black plastic toolbox.
Okay.
What storage box? Toolbox storage box.
And what's inside of it?
I'm thinking maybe some water hoses and fillet knives and maybe some ropes to tie the boat with, maybe a fire extinguisher.
Do you remember at all what's on this part that I'm having on the screen? On this could be a table of some sort?
That's a couple of chairs with boards laid over them where the wind was blowing off.
And what about this white box shape?
And that's just a cheap cord.
And I'm putting my mouse onto the right side of the screen now. What is this?
That's my boat.
How many boats do you have?
At that time, I think I had 3, 4.
And on this property, how many boats did you have down here? At this time?
At that time, just that boat. There might have been a small boat tied up in the water on the float dock, but I don't remember. It's been tied up and taken out multiple times.
And from your recollection, was anything taken or messed with in any way during the interaction with this person on this dock?
No.
So again, so I think this is good for the prosecution, right? All these tools, all this equipment, he takes nothing, right? He takes nothing. And the box of tools are right there. Nothing is gone. So if he was a thief, why not take the tools? Why not take anything? And remember, he said the only people that he's seen taking things are children taking wood for a bicycle ramp.
For the record, I just played through State Super 121. Mr. English, how would one get on from this part of the dock onto your boat here?
They did not witness a crime. They didn't. They saw nothing.
In the handrail,
Right.
and you can step over into a probably 10-foot wide aluminum plank that accesses the boat.
Yes, he would have an absolute, yes, he would have a great claim of self-defense.
Property at all, is that
If
right?
Ahmaud Arbery shot them, he would have a claim of
Okay, do you
self-defense.
remember it all?
I think he would actually be not
After
guilty
that?
of self-defense.
Not that I recall.
Unless you can prove, unless they had a legal right, unless they saw him commit a felony, you wouldn't have that right. But yeah, if he shot them, he would have a claim of self-defense.
And Mr. English, you called 911 based on him being there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you want to happen to that person?
Yeah, I don't know why people don't understand
Hopefully,
that.
the deputy would find him and talk to him, maybe tell him not to be there anymore.
You didn't want him on your property, right?
No.
Just so we all know, they wanted to find him to talk to him and say, "Don't come on the property anymore." So they weren't trying to find him for committing a burglary, right? If he committed a burglary, you're looking for him to arrest him. But they were saying we didn't want to find him for that.
Was it saved to your phone in some way?
It was probably saved for X amount of days. How many, I don't know. And maybe eventually it was sent to the camera company or something. I don't know how that worked.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with any police officers after the 911 call that night?
Well, I know I talked to him later. I can't 100% remember who it was that certain night.
Okay. And did you end up sending this clip to the police that night?
I can't recall.
Mr. English, I'm gonna put up on the screen State's Exhibit 122. And I'm gonna ask if you recognize what it is, okay, sir?
Okay.
State's Exhibit 122A, we'll start with.
So these are the white people with the bag that he believed. Earlier we heard testimony that he believed that these people were the thieves because they had a bag. The legendary white couple.
Mr. English, you recognize what this is a clip of?
I do.
Okay, what is it a clip of?
That's of the white male and female that came onto the property in the night.
And I'm gonna play it through in full for you.
Trial record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 122A for the jurors.
That's true. But that doesn't give you enough to hunt them down, right? So I can believe it, but that's not enough, right? If someone says he just robbed me, he just killed me, he just shot me, that gives you enough. But just pointing and running doesn't give you enough. So yeah, that does not give you enough. Not to chase them down. What if he said that he committed jaywalking, right? That's why you need more information. That's why it can't be a citizen's arrest. And when asked why were you chasing him, they said, we don't know. They didn't even say they believe he committed any crimes.
Mr. English, is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
Could you repeat that?
Is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
2.5, what now?
A true and accurate?
Oh, yes.
Judge, at this time, state moves to tender State Exhibit 122A into evidence.
Question is, do we have a date for this?
11/17/19.
Well, I understand that's.
I will. Mr. English, do you remember what day this was taken?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time of year it was taken?
No.
But it is a clip from your video camera taken from your house, is that correct?
Yes.
The state moves to tender State 122A into evidence.
No objection. Move the previous objection. 401, 403.
No objection, Your Honor.
I submit.
Your Honor, put another clip on. This is State Exhibit 122B. I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that, sir?
I can tell by the black tarp on the dirt, and that's the camera showing the drive, where my drive is going in the garage.
For the record, I'm playing through State Exhibit 122B.
Trial record, I have up State's 122B, and I'll be playing it for the jurors.
Yeah, the definition of burglary in Georgia is intent to commit a theft or commit a felony inside or a crime within. But intent to commit a burglary, you don't have if the person's been in there 12 times and hasn't stolen anything, right? How do you prove intent in that? If the person stole in there before, you got your intent. But if the person, especially if the homeowner says he's never stolen anything, you don't have intent. And then you can't just make it up like now he's got intent on the 5th time versus the first 5 times, right? The first 4 times he was in there, he didn't steal anything. Now all of a sudden the 5th time you're going to say he has intent for burglary. How'd you get that? And then you have to also then talk about the white couple and all those other people who've been inside there too, right? Just being in there doesn't give you intent. I think a lot of people just for some reason don't understand that point. Just going into the property doesn't mean you have intent to steal, right? Because you see they have a whole bunch of other people going inside.
Yes.
You remember what date or time that was taken?
No.
You remember roughly what time of year or month?
No.
This time.
I don't know who's telling you guys intent for burglary is just walking into the house. Then all trespasses would be burglaries. That's ridiculous. You have to show through some facts that the person had intent to steal. If he picks something up and then puts it down or something like that, you have to show some facts. He's looking around into drawers and stuff, and if he stole something before, you got it. But with these facts, somebody's.
You remember calling the police when you saw that video?
Do what?
You remember calling the police when you saw that video?
I think I did. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure.
I do want to stop it here for 1 second. Everybody who thinks he's committed a burglary, understand this. Even the McMichaels, all of them have said that he hadn't stolen anything, right? So this intent to steal, I don't know where people are getting it from, but even the defendants have admitted that he's never stolen anything. They've never seen him steal anything, right? And right now, everybody's really just talking about trespass. So this intent to steal and he committed a burglary, that's a false claim based on the evidence that we've seen. If you guys have other evidence that shows that he committed a burglary, fine. But there's absolutely no evidence presented by the prosecution right now that's on the case. But even in open statements of defense, they're saying he didn't commit a burglary, right? So if you guys have proof of that, you can say it. But just saying that he committed a burglary is fake news at this particular point in time. I'm sorry.
Sure I did.
If I play you a clip of the 911 call, 911 call of that night with fresh recollection?
Yes.
Even the police told the McMichaels that this wasn't a burglary, right? Before this. So I don't know where people are getting this burglary thing from.
For the record, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 153A.
Communications, operator 90.
Yes, sir. I made the report. Somebody's on a piece of property at 220 Cecilia Drive in Brunswick.
Cecilia Drive?
Yes, we've had some issues with officer reaction. I think he's on vacation. There's somebody there now on camera system.
Another call to police. Somebody's there. Somebody's on camera. I'm concerned. Now this goes more to even if it's not a burglary, this shows that he was concerned there may be a burglary, right? So here we go. He's concerned that things were somebody was going to steal something. So he does have some concern.
Couple lawyers.
Okay. I was inquiring time frame for morning break.
Since we have handed these out, let's go ahead and get through this 911 call, and then we'll take a morning break.
We're going to go into a morning break after this 911 call.
A male and female, white female couple there that went under the garage.
Does that refresh your recollection that you called the police that night for that couple?
Yes.
Okay. So
He
you
called the
remember
police on the
that
white couple
Yes.
too.
Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
So this is his 911 call about the white couple.
Do you believe that to be a true and accurate representation of your voice in the 911 call?
Yes.
Did this time state police play State's
Yeah, this burglary thing is kind of like the state lines thing with Rittenhouse.
Okay.
Cross state lines. You're like, no, what, you're wrong. He chased them down and killed them. Like, no, he didn't chase anybody
We had
down.
some stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago there.
Okay, all right, sir. And what is your phone number?
912-218-9905.
So he said we had some stuff stolen before.
Okay. I'm guessing that my camera shows them going under the garage, and that's the location where the stuff was found last time. The camera hadn't went back off, so I don't think they went out the back or they come out from under the garage. I don't know if that's actually where they're at right now. Okay. All right, sir. Well, I think the guy had a baseball cap, looked like he had a baseball cap on, and I think they made it, I think, no. All right, do you know any more about what he was wearing besides baseball cap? No, but I can, it kind of looked like maybe he had a belt or something on that wasn't buckled. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, like a black strap or something on his waist, and my camera suggests black and white, so I don't know exactly what color the clothes was. Okay, well, you know, he was kind of a slender male, and he was, I'm guessing maybe he's in the neighborhood of 6 foot tall, and the lady was a little bit shorter. Okay.
Let's call the police on the white couple.
Were you able to see what the white female was wearing? No, not really. I got a video of it. If you got my cell phone number, I can forward you a video of it. Okay, so whenever you say they went under the garage, you mean they like went under the garage door? Well, there's not a garage door there now. It's under construction. So the camera shows that anybody walks into the garage area, walking into the house, and shows them walking into the large garage doors. So it's like, is the garage raised up or something? I'm trying to understand. It's just open where there should be an electric garage door, but the garage door hasn't been installed yet. Okay. That's open that they went through. It's on the front of the house, facing the street. Okay, so this has a door that's went inside? Right. Okay. And you don't know if they're still there or not? I'm kind of thinking they're still there because the camera is usually a little off. If they come back out, the camera would have went off again, showing that they had exited. So I don't know if they're going into the state tonight or what's going on. Okay, it went off 2 times. One time when they was out at the edge of the road coming towards the garage, and one time as they was going into the garage. But it has a camera when they exited the back of the house or the front. I got cameras on the back. If they went out the back, it probably would have went off showing in the back. It hasn't showed you where they left yet, so I'm not sure. Okay. Now, were you able to see the white female? Were you able to see like any hair or any tattoos on either person? No, not yet. As soon as I seen the video, I went ahead and I'll get somebody on the way as soon as possible. Okay. If you would give me my phone number, I'll be looking at the video to see if I can give you some more details. Okay. So you want contact by phone? Yeah, if they want to give me a call, just tell them to call me. Okay. So I'll forward this video to the phone. Okay, so whenever they call you, it's going to come in as a blocked or restricted number, so just be prepared to answer that, okay? I will. Is somebody else in route? Yes, sir, we have officers in route, okay? Okay, all right. Okay, well, okay, I'll be listening for one call, I appreciate it. Okay, yes, sir. If anything else happens, give us a call back, okay? And we'll have that for you, senior operators. Yes, sir, yeah. This is
Pretty good for the prosecution.
We'll be able to advise you. And whenever you saw them, were you able to see if they had any weapons or anything like that? No, I wouldn't think that maybe they had a bag or something, you know, they kind of would, I don't know, maybe they own it or something, I don't know for sure, but it looked like they might have some kind of bag or something with them, I'm not sure. As soon as I saw the video, I said, I gotta call you as quick as possible, and I had to look into it. I understand, sir. Okay, so you believe they are still in the garage, though? I think they're still on the premises, yeah. Okay. We have a camper in the backyard, a camper type trailer in the backyard. I don't know, it's just, I don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, sir. Like I said, we have officers actually have
That's a
arrived,
fact.
okay? So, give us a call back if you see anything else, okay? All right, thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
So they're playing get the white couple. That's what they're playing.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do as we collect these, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess and continue on. If you could just make sure that you give the deputy your transcripts as you walk out. And again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. During the break, we'll bring you back out for continuation of the evidence.
Okay. Oof. So, what do we have? We have the owner of the house. All right. So just so we can reset everyone, so everybody can understand where we're at. We have the owner of the house. He is now there at the trial, and well, he's not at the trial. He's given a deposition earlier because he is too sick to testify live and in person now. So in September, he gave a deposition where both sides were able to question him and get his testimony. So that's why you're hearing his testimony now at trial in this particular way. He's made, we've seen a couple of things. Number one, we just watched a video of Ahmaud Arbery on his surveillance camera looking around the property, but he didn't steal anything. He didn't take anything. He just was on the property in the middle of the night. Trespass, if anything, but obviously he didn't have any signage or anything there, so even the trespass is questionable. But he was on the property. He called police, and police didn't find Arbery at the time. Then we have the white couple who then also showed up, and this white couple showed up, and this white couple now had a bag, and this homeowner saw that, so he then started getting angry he called police again and said, "Hey, there's a white couple, they have a bag." So forth, so forth. So now we have the two. It seems like he said, yes, something was stolen in the past, and he was worried about things being taken. Now, fact that we need to all understand too, the camera wasn't put in to stop Arbery. The cameras were put in to stop children from burglarizing this property, right? The children were going in, taking things like wood and certain like nails and stuff to set up ramps for bicycle ramps. So he put the cameras up for actually he initially put the cameras up because of the kids, and then he said he wanted to just make sure nobody hurt themselves in the back or something like that. So that's what the cameras were initially put there for. Then they caught Arbery and these other people going into this house. Now we also know that there were a lot of people going into this house, right? There were a lot of people going in and out of this property for various reasons, and they were all caught on camera. So that's what we're going through, seeing some of we saw the children going into and out of this property. We saw this white couple going in, and we saw Arbery. And even on the day that Arbery had gotten killed, there was this white couple, as you see, went into the property. So we have a lot of of things going on. The next is that, and I think the next coming up, if what the prosecution said is opening is true, Arbery had never taken anything, and we've heard it a couple of times that Arbery had never taken anything in all of these times. So if you're saying, so people who keep saying this may be a burglary, that's just not accurate, right? If you have somebody who's been in the property 4 times and goes and comes out and has never taken anything, then I don't think you can say that they had an intent to steal anything, right? It just doesn't happen, and it doesn't seem like a burglary even applies to the situation. But I think I think a lot of people don't understand. They can make more of an argument that those children committed burglary, right? Because they actually went in and took something, right? The children who entered into the property and took things out of the property without authorization. So those children, burglary, right? If the McMichaels chased those children down and killed them for a citizen's arrest, you got an argument. This white couple, he was concerned this white couple was going inside there taking things. Now, they committed trespass, but did they take anything? No. We don't know as of yet. So those are the facts as we know them now, and he's testifying to. So we'll figure it out a little later. After this 15-minute break. But I don't know. Let me look through the chat, because it's interesting to see. I'm trying to understand how you get from these facts to on the date in question, the day when he was chased down and killed. How do you get to burglary from there, right? How do you get to he was committing a crime? Let's also be clear on the facts for people who believe Arbery is a bad guy, and the McMichaels didn't know what he did, didn't know why he was there, didn't know that he committed any crime. Admittedly, this is what they've admitted, and didn't even understand the reason why they were chasing him. Only thing they knew is that he was running down the street and someone was pointing at him. That's not enough to say. That's not enough to point a gun at someone. That's not enough to detain them, and that's not enough to arrest them, right? Someone running down the street, even if they're running from something, and someone pointing at them and not telling you why they're running down the street, that's not enough to chase somebody. Now, also, the person who called 911 on Arbery and was pointing at them, right? When the guy who pointed and the McMichael saw the guy pointing and chased Arbery, that guy admittedly did not call 911. He called a non-emergency number. He called a non-emergency number and said that he didn't think this was serious, in which he would call police. So that lets you know that we're not talking about burglary again, because burglary is a little bit more serious. He didn't think this was serious enough, and he just was pointing down. So those are some of the other facts. Another bad fact, I think, for the defense is that, the N-word coming out and all that stuff, those are all horrible facts for defense too, because it makes it seem like it's racist, but racial. And lastly is that they never said in all their interviews with police and all this stuff that they, number one, were trying to arrest him or conduct a citizen's arrest. They never said we were doing this to conduct a citizen's arrest. That's a big fact, right? After the fact, you say, well, we're trying to conduct a citizen's arrest, but in the moment, they weren't saying we're trying to arrest him, right? Two, they were trying to imprison him, right? They tried to hit him with the car. There was one time they ran him into a ditch. Ahmaud Arbery was ran into a ditch, and McMichael says from yesterday, he says, if we would have hit him with the car, he would still be alive today. So to showing that they were trying to capture him. They were trying to capture him. They were trying to imprison him, right? And this is, I think, a pro tip for all of you wannabe lawyers out there. You have, if you're trying to conduct a false arrest, right? If you're trying to conduct a false arrest, arrest, not false arrest. If you're trying to conduct an arrest and you're wrong on the facts, you've just committed either kidnapping or false imprisonment, right? So if you're wrong, that is the problem. If you're wrong, and it seems like here they were wrong. Let's get some pushback in the chat. All right. So these are the facts. These facts I don't think are good. I do think there are some good defense facts in this last testimony that we heard. A few good defense facts. Number one, obviously this homeowner was concerned by Ahmaud Arbery coming in and out of the property, right? He called police on him. He called police on him. He did a whole bunch of stuff. So he was concerned. For him to pretend that he wasn't concerned, that doesn't make any sense. Neighbors were concerned. So there was a concern in this neighborhood about theft and about all this other stuff. So that's, that's interesting enough too. Also, they thought Arbery may have been on drugs, may have been, a prowler, those type of things. So this is well documented, giving credence to the defense's argument that, hey, we've recognized this guy was here before, he's a bad guy, and we wanted to stop this guy. So that gives credence to all those arguments. How far it goes, whether it gets them over the line to say, because we saw him on video months before, meaning we can arrest him today, that's not allowed. One thing I think a lot of people don't understand is you can't chase anyone down and arrest them for trespassing. That's not allowed. The law doesn't even allow that, right? The defense has even said that if it's a felony. So if they can't make out a claim that Ahmaud Arbery committed a burglary, then they've lost their case. So for anybody who believes Ahmaud Arbery or this was self-defense, you guys need to understand this. If they cannot make out the facts that Ahmaud Arbery or they could reasonably believe, based on the facts that were presented to them, that Ahmaud Arbery committed a burglary, they are guilty of murder, right? If they cannot make out facts to say, these are the reasons why we believe in that moment, not 2 weeks ago, not a year ago, but in that moment, he had committed a burglary, they are guilty of murder. So what facts do we have that they've said, right? Fact number one, that he was running down the street. Suspicious. Granted, for all the people saying that it was suspicious, granted, it was suspicious that he was running down the street. And he wasn't jogging. So for all you Ahmaud Arbery was a random happy jogger, that's bullshit. He wasn't just some random happy jogger. He was hauling ass down the street. Everyone said that. Defense, prosecutors, everybody said he was hauling behind down the street. So that's fact one. Fact two, the other guy just pointed at him. He didn't say, hey, that guy just committed a burglary. That just came out the house. He didn't say any of that. He just pointed down the street. And these guys chased him. Right? These guys chased him. Bryant and the McMichaels chased him. Those are just the facts. Another fact that you have to, if you're talking about citizens. So now if those facts that I just laid out Do you believe those facts are enough to then cause a citizen's arrest? Because now those facts have to lead you to burglary. The only legal reason you can chase someone is if they have committed a felony, and that felony would be burglary. So the fact that he's rolling behind down the street, they haven't seen him walk out the property, and the fact that somebody pointed at him, is that enough to say that you could reasonably believe in that moment he committed burglary? That's what the jury's going to have to decide. And I don't think anyone would say that that's reasonable to commit, that somebody's running down the street and somebody else pointing at them, committed a burglary, right? Committed a burglary. So those are what the McMichaels have to get over. Now, Michaels also has to get over the fact that you cannot point a gun at someone, right? You can't point a gun at someone, right? Off those facts. I see somebody pointing at somebody. Just imagine someone says, "Hey, stop that guy," points down the street, and you run and chase the guy, stop him, and point a gun at them and say, "Freeze," right? And he says, "Oh, what happened?" The woman down there is pointing at you, says, "Stop." Says, "Oh, that was my mom. I forgot to give her phone." Put the gun down, right? It could be that situation. That's why it's not enough to just say somebody's pointing, right? You just don't know. So that's where we're kind of at here. And understand this too. We also have to understand how the crime, when the crime started and when the crime ended. I brought it back to a bank robbery. So let's say bank robbers go into the bank, and while they're robbing the bank, those robbers have no claim to self-defense, right? As soon as they're traveling to the bank, they're robbing the bank and then leaving the bank to get away, right? During that time frame, they don't have a claim of self-defense. So if they point guns at someone and someone attacks them, even though they at that moment may be defending themselves, right? But they don't have a claim of self-defense because they initiated the criminal activity. And the criminal activity hasn't ended, right? It hasn't extinguished. In this case, what's the criminal activity and how long was it going on? Well, the criminal activity started with the chase, right? Because that they were trying to, again, with the prosecution saying it's falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. So if they're trying to falsely imprison, they tried 4 or 5 times to stop him. They ran him into a ditch. They tried to hook him with the car. They said, well, shit, we should have hit him. If we'd have hit him, he still would have been alive. We were trying to stop him from running away. For what? When asked for what, they don't know. But they was trying to stop him from running away. Okay. You're trying to stop him. Okay, so now you tried to stop him. You get out the car 30 feet ahead and you point the gun at him. So what legal right did they have to point a gun at someone in that moment? That's something the jury is going to have to resolve. And then when is the crime over of false imprisonment? Because at that moment, they're pointing a gun at him. They're still trying to falsely imprison him, right? So the crime is not over. The crime of false imprisonment is still ongoing. That's why they're being charged with felony murder. A death occurred in the commission of a crime. So they're trying to falsely imprison him. The commission of the crime is false imprisonment. I got the gun on you. Arbery runs. From the testimony we've heard, Arbery runs away. They then go back and try to now still detain him, right? But now in that moment, they say, well, now we're in fear for our lives because Arbery is trying to lunge for our gun, right? We've falsely imprisoned. We ran him into a ditch. We tried to hit him in a car. He's put the hand in the car. We've got all these things. And now we're at the moment where we've confronted him. We've got a gun on him and he lunges for the gun. At that point, who now has the claim of self-defense? Do they have the claim of self-defense where they can say, well, he's lunging for my gun, so I had no choice? Or does Arbery have the claim of self-defense saying they were trying to falsely imprison me and I was defending my life, right? They had, look at them, for the past half an hour, they were chasing me around, right? Because I was running, right? So what claim of self-defense do they have? Those are the facts that we have in front of us. Now, the defense may change those facts up. They may show us something different, but that's what we have now. So self-defense, it's going to be interesting to see how the McMichaels turn this into a self-defense claim, especially when they're in the commission of the crime. Now, how does this change if they can show that this was a burglary? Well, if Ahmaud Arbery committed a burglary, then you have to understand this. If Ahmaud Arbery committed a burglary, that changes everything. Why? Because now you're authorized by state statute, allegedly, to then follow him, to then chase him down, to effectuate the citizen's arrest, right? So now you can do all that stuff because now you're legally allowed to. You're trying to stop somebody who you now have facts, right? He came out the house with tools. He's committed a burglary. So if those are the facts, then you have something there, right? And when we tried to stop him, we pointed a gun at him and he lunged at us. Now we got different facts because now you kind of have the burglary. And now all this chasing him around is not false imprisonment, right? It's trying to effectuate an arrest. So that's why it's important to understand whether he had reasonable belief that he committed a burglary. If not, legally you have a problem. Let's see. And obviously, let's color that in with them saying the N-word. I just shot the end. They saying the N-word very liberally. So that also adds this racist component to it, which I think everybody's going to on the left, they're going to love that. But you do have this racial component too, which I do think is relevant to this case, right? Because now we're finding out there was a whole bunch of white people, more white people went into the house than black people, right? Arbery was a repeat customer, but him being a repeat customer in his property, I don't think helps the McMichael's case because, as you're going to hear soon, he never stole anything from that property. So that's where we're getting at. All right, let's go to the chat. This is says Nate the lawyer, but is false imprisonment strict liability? No, it's not. That's what they're proving right now. They're trying to prove false imprisonment, and the defendants are proving false imprisonment. They're saying we were trying to capture him. We were trying to. So yeah. So you have to prove that. If not, the police telling them to stop him so we can talk to him. If you see him again, is problematic, like very problematic. No, stop him so we can talk to him does not license to use deadly physical force to chase somebody down and kill them. So yeah, next time you see him, stop him so we can talk to him. That's not enough that we make them not liable for hunting someone and shooting someone in this manner, right? Because police said that doesn't make them agents of the state. It just doesn't. Now they can make an argument that, hey, we were, the police told us to stop him, right? Next time we see him, we should stop him, right? We assumed that that was because he committed a burglary. Now that argument, I think, may have some legs, right? Hey, police told us to stop him. We were working with the police. We thought he had committed a burglary. That's why they told us next time we see him, stop him, right? That I think could be an interesting argument. A winner, I'm not too sure, but it could be an interesting argument. I love when people deny that public opinion on both sides of these cases are about racism and politics, and then tell me how wrong those people are. So I am wrong. I think these cases are so interesting because they're mirror opposites of each other, right? In the Rittenhouse case, Rittenhouse was the one being chased. Rittenhouse had the gun. Rittenhouse was the one who was cornered. Rittenhouse was the one who the people jumped at and tried to grab his gun. And Rittenhouse was the one that was able to defend himself. That case, right? But the key point in the Rittenhouse case, right? The key point in the Rittenhouse case was that he was being chased. He wasn't chasing anybody. So let's take the Rittenhouse case in reverse and say Rittenhouse with the gun was chasing Rosenbaum, the first victim. Does that change whether Rittenhouse's claim of self-defense is good or not, right? That would change it dramatically, right? That would change dramatically. Oh, did I read it? Did I miss your super chat? Let me see if I missed it. I think I did. Question. Do you think the DA uses the defense family background for racial profiling? Show that the situation doesn't look like citizens arrest. What's up? It was something to nobody. Do you think the DA uses the defense family background for racial? I don't think you can because it's propensity. So I don't think you can. But what I do think you can use is the fact that he did say the N-word. So that's coming in. You can't get around that. That's coming in, and that's going to color what's going on. Lady Lord, do you have stories of personal experience with racism on the black? Yes, I do. I can tell you, I do. I've made that stupid mistake before too, and I'm no racist, but I've made the racist mistake too. Going to a scene, black person, white person. I assumed there was a black person that was the criminal, Happened to be the white
All right,
guy.
we're back on.
Very embarrassing for myself as a black man. Like, oh, I made a mistake. But we all have unconscious biases. David Rucker. I'm going to citizens arrest everyone who owes me money. It's late. I will say I'm arresting them for felony theft.
We're just playing the deposition.
Yeah. I've done it before.
We can give her 2 minutes.
Nate the lawyer, are you surprised that Brian and the McMichaels are being tried together? No. It seems to me like they would have had. Yeah. I think defendants having separate trials is always best, because in one trial they can, you can argue your father did it. The other trial they can argue the son did it. It gives you a lot more. It gives you a lot more avenues for defense. But trying together is going to be tough. But they have a similar claim to self-defense. So I think that's what they're doing. And the father's not giving up his son, so he's not giving up his father. So what? All right, cool. Definitely. Hey, we're back. Thanks for stopping by, okay? Thanks for admitting that, Nate. That must be very difficult to admit publicly. No, I have unconscious biases just like everybody else. And sometimes they work. But, in that case, I found out it wasn't the black guy, it was a white guy, and I acted appropriately, right? I just was able to realize that my unconscious bias, and we do it all the time, especially when you're in law enforcement, because most of the people who we were arresting, because we were in a black neighborhood, happen to be black. So, and when you see a white guy, it just was like, oh, it was something that I just had been used to seeing. But I have arrested white people before, but just something I just wasn't used to seeing. I got to tell you about the case when I arrested the French national, and then we had to go. The French consulate got involved. It was insanity, but it was crazy. It was crazy. But the French consulate one time got involved with one of my cases. Yeah, but it's it's a fact of life. So I remember one time I was doing store security when I first started. I was a security guard in, I think it was the Gap. I was working in the Gap, and I was part of the loss prevention team. And what they used to do, they had a team of people who would come into the store, and they would steal. But what they would do is they hired black kids to just come around the store, and literally just all the black kids would do, pick stuff up off the shelf and put it down. And then they would walk around the store, pick stuff off the thing and put it down. So all security were looking at these young black teens, and they had white guys in suits come behind, and they would literally have bags and take all the clothes off the bags and just dump into the bags and walk out the store. So one time we had lost like 3 tables of stuff, and we were like, what the hell? What are you guys doing? We're like, we're watching the kids. So we looked at the cameras and saw what was happening. So it showed they knew how to play off our unconscious biases. And they robbed the Gap for a whole bunch of shit. But unfortunately that happens. So yeah, but I can admit when I've made mistakes. But it's not about making a mistake. It's about learning from the mistake and being better from it. Right? It's not about we all make mistakes, but it's about learning from those mistakes and being better.
So we got everybody back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. Back to the trial.
I enjoyed this break.
Let me shut up for a little bit.
Into the deposition testimony. Mr. Kemmerer.
So we know.
Your Honor, for the record, we're resuming deposition at
witnesses too sick to testify. They've deposed them before. We're watching the deposition testimony of the owner of the house. He is looking for a heart transplant, so he cannot come and testify. I'm shutting up now.
No.
If I played another clip from an 911 call made that same night, would it refresh your recollection?
If you play it, I'll not recall.
Exactly.
For the record, I'm playing 601
Yes, ma'am. Is this the sheriff's department?
No, this is the dispatch center. We dispatch for the state police.
Okay. I thought with somebody while ago they did.
Mr. Rubin, you want to hand those out first?
somebody that just wanted to do with yours, to do drive.
Uh-huh.
If you could talk to the officer there, I think the suspect is in the cabin type boat in the large garage area. They had a tool, like a tool bag. I think they might be trying to steal the electronics out of the big boat in the garage area. And I'm scared that he went around to the back, the officer went around to the back, and I'll give a chance to run out the front so I don't let him know.
Is that refresh your recollection on whether you called back that same night?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your voice on that Stacy Exhibit 153B that we just played?
Yes.
So the dispatcher moves to suspend the Stacy Exhibit 153B in the evidence.
Objection.
And we're saying Eli Bowie,
B is in boy.
no objection.
Same objection.
Your junior comments continue playing Stacy Exhibit 153, please. I'm sorry. This is Stacy Exhibit 153B.
Hold on just a second, okay? Is there more than one boat on the scene or just the one boat?
There's a little boat and a big boat. The big cabin boat is the one that they stole.
I apologize, this is not Stacy 153B. This is Stacy Exhibit 154.
So for the record, 153B is not been admitted. 154, the objection. The objection is noted. Not been admitted.
This is the second 911.
This is the second 911 call. Stacy Exhibit 154.
By the first, and I can't get back with a tool bag to steal the electronics that was mounted in the boat. But he walked around back, and I am scared that maybe trying to run out the front on him. They might be hiding in the boat.
How many are there total?
There was a male and a female. And they'll carry, what I call a flipping tool bag, so I know that the first time they went, they sold everything, it wasn't fastened down. This time, looked like they may be prepared to steal the, what kind of electronics out of the big boat.
Okay, but did you see them actually take anything out of the little boat?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay. But for the way the house is not finished, and when he walked around back, and that's not seen his flashlight, they could have run out the front, or really hiding down in the cabin of that boat, and the pool of that boat, back in, up on the big garage.
All right, we do have him on scene, and have the dispatcher update him on that information now. If you see anything else, you call us back, okay?
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Ring, you remember?
Wow, I can't use the bathroom. I'll use the bathroom to come back and and stop the transcript.
Ever making any other calls that same night?
No.
This is a case of Ahmaud Arbery.
A clip from a third call that night would refresh your recollection about whether you made another call that night?
You could.
For the record, I'm going to play Stacy Exhibit 155.
this is Larry English, call about, some big intruders on property at 220 Cecilia Shores of Still Drive. They have an officer over there now. Mm-hmm. I think you called me right now, ma'am. I think I have. Thank you. Okay.
You remember making that call?
Yes,
And is that your voice?
yes.
Judge, at this time, they look understated to the 155 and evidence.
No objection.
And
The,
for the record, be placed statement to the 155. Mr. English, I have a few questions about those 911 calls. I think you said during that call that you had some stuff stolen about a week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago. Do you remember what you were referring to?
Yes, there was a Yeti cooler in the back of the boat, and what's called E-Bird satellite.
And you said E-Bird?
E-Bird, yes.
How do you spell that?
I guess E-R-I-D.
Okay. You know roughly what all that cost? What the value of that was?
$2,500. There was a handheld mic that went on the second station in the back of the boat, and some fishing gear.
I think you might have referenced that I think you said maybe they had taken it and they're coming back. Do you know if it was them that took it?
No.
Okay. And do you know exactly when that stuff was stolen?
No.
This does help the defense.
A week and a half ago.
This does help the
In
defense.
that 911 call, you said roughly a week and a half ago. Is that when it was stolen, or maybe when you noticed it stolen?
That's when I was aware of it missing.
That's when you were aware of it missing. Okay. Where were you when you became aware of that and stuff that was missing?
I was on the ladder looking at where they had vented the dryer out through the roof, which we normally go through the floor. They had to go through the roof, and I was up there inspecting where they had run the pipe through top of the wall where the wiring, there's a lot of wires right there I was concerned about. And I looked down in the back of my boat, which was right there at the corner, and I could see the cooler basket, the metal basket that goes inside of it laying in the floor, but there's no cooler. And that's when I got in the boat and realized some other stuff was missing.
And that was when you were at 220 Satilla Drive that you noticed it missing?
Yes.
Now, was that boat at that property for a continuous amount of time, or did you move that boat to and from other locations?
It had been moved back into Douglas, Georgia, multiple times, at least 2, 3 times.
Was it ever locked up in a closed garage whenever you moved it to separate locations?
No.
Is there any other locations where you believe those items that were taken from the boat could have been taken?
After the fact, studying it, my first assumption was HDS.
I get you, brother. If you want to watch it, let me give you Nick's stream, but I'm watching this. It's okay if, don't feel bad, I'm more than fine covering the Arbery trial. And I've been on that stream. Matter of fact, I was the first lawyer on the stream with Nick the other day. So if you guys want to watch the Nick stream, I am not upset. I'm not, it's what it is. You can watch this later.
His business had a place above it to live. We were sitting there. Outside, they had some street lights, but then there's some dark areas. And when I had the boat parked, it was kind of a dark area. One night, me and my son come in about 9 o'clock or so. And we saw 4 individuals going across the parking lot from maybe the ages 9 or 10 to 15 or 16. And it dawned on me, maybe that could have been who got it, because there was no houses in that neighborhood. It was a commercial district.
there was really no houses there for them to be going back into, so then I thought maybe I had assumed too quick that I already accused the HVAC guys. And that's kind of how that happened.
Did you ever make a formal police report about that theft?
No.
And why not?
Well, didn't really 100% know where it happened at. I didn't make a formal police report, or I didn't try to collect on my insurance I had on my boat.
It's very important. Something was stolen, but he's not sure if it happened at the property or somewhere else.
Maybe all.
Very important fact.
Police officers about this incident?
Yes.
You remember?
I'm sure I spoke with them. I don't remember all of the details.
But you remember talking to some police officer about it?
Yes, and while I was calling back on the 911 calls, and I recollect out of those 3 calls, my camera was still working, and I could see when the officer arrived, I could see him walking around in the backyard with a flashlight looking. Maybe he went around to the right or the left side of the house, and I was thinking maybe they was inside the house, and maybe he spooked them, they went out. That's what that was about.
And one of those clips that we had did it look like they were moving across the yard somewhere leaving?
Yes, at one point, you could see in the far top left corner, close to the porta potty, you just could see them walking away. I guess they got in the car, and then later, you could see them on the far right corner at the top of the car. You could hear it crank up, and then you could hear it leave.
I'm gonna go back up on the screen, this exhibit 122B. That's been already admitted into evidence. Can you see that screen?
It's not coming up yet.
It's not connected.
Your screen doesn't show anything this way?
Nothing.
Go ahead and take a short recess.
Did it call Blair English?
Putting a second clip of the deposition, part 2 edited.
Stay ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Good.
Mr. Ricketts, we have back up on the screen, state exhibit 122B. And I'm gonna go ahead and play that for the record. It's already been tentatively admitted. Up in the top, I'm gonna put my mouse at the top left-hand side of the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what this structure is, this light colored structure is?
No, I'm not positive. I'm guessing maybe it's a porta potty. I'm not sure.
Okay. And then what about this right here?
Looks to be the car that the male and female got out of.
And this light colored portion that I put in the arrow on the top of the screen?
That's the street light in the street.
Okay. And what about this right here?
That's Mr. Wade's pickup truck.
I'm going to say it's hard work.
What
Hard
are
work.
these
That's what I almost
structures right
says to. The lamp is funny, but it's hard work.
Well, there's a power pole.
I've seen other,
Okay.
black and white people who
And I put right there, I put my
want success but don't want the work that becomes success. Everything that I've accomplished, I accomplished because I had to get up off my ass
And
and
what
do
about
something.
these smaller shadows at the top of the screen?
That's mailbox post.
Mailbox posts. There's 4 of them. Is there a reason why there's 4 of them?
One of them's neighbor across the street.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. English, is there a reason why there's multiple mailboxes on your property?
Yes, one of us neighbor across the street, the other one is Mr. Wade's, and, Mr. Wade is actually to the far right, the small post there, so. Three other neighbors down the street that has theirs there makes it more convenient for a postal carrier.
Okay, so is that how many of the properties are set up on that street to have one property with multiple mailboxes?
But a lot of stayed vacant so long, I guess they kind of made it easier for the postal carrier.
Okay. So this camera, this is about as far as you'll get in terms of visuals from your camera into the street, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. English, I'm gonna go back for a second and talk about you as a general contractor. Is it common, was it common in your experience as a general contractor to have people come in and out of construction sites?
Yes.
And, in your experience, did you ever see that? Did you have names for them, anything like that?
Frequently during the daytime.
And these people that would come in and out, were they property owners or just people walking through the street or?
Some of them will just be people in the neighborhood, might ride by on a golf cart on the weekend, go through and check out the progress. Sometimes you'd have a potential home builder, the prospect of home building, you want to come through to check the quality of the contractor out.
So that was a normal course of business when you're building either a structure or homes for people to come in?
Object to leading questions.
Was it normal for people to come in and out of construction sites?
Yes.
All right, Mr. English, I'm going to play for you another. Well, let me ask you this, were there more times that you called the police other than the ones we just played for you?
There could be, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's why I even muted myself. It's the court's audio is bad. So you're just watching the court's audio. Sorry.
State's Exhibit 157. And I want you to tell me if you recognize what it may be, okay? Okay.
Communication member Johnson. Just about the communications.
Yes, I need this is Larry English from 220 Castilla Drive. I called last night, and there's somebody back over there on the cross at the end of the night. I just talked about Officer Bragg, and he said he's not on duty, so he told me to call it again.
Yes, sir, you said it was 220 Castilla Drive?
You recognize your voice, Matt?
Yes.
Exhibit 157?
Yes.
you believe that to be the 911 call that you made?
Yes.
So does this time state ten is 157 in its evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
For the record, on the play states 157, the rest of it?
Yes, ma'am, 226 Hill Drive, and tonight it was a black male where it's not wearing a shirt, got tattoos on his arm, and a pair of, looks like maybe black colored shorts.
Okay, you said no shirt and light colored shorts.
It looked like, yes, it's black and white, it's infrared camera, but it looked like it's black colored shorts. And tattoos, the same guy that was over there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so can you tell what he's doing?
He was just wandering around under the carport looking in the boat. I'm going down the road with my camera on, I'm going down the road. He just kind of.
I think you sent me an email already. I think I remember the app, but I'm sorry, it's just not really my speed. I appreciate it though. So everybody knows what's going on. The owner of the home is too sick to testify at the trial. He gave a deposition in September, and we're listening to the deposition being offered into as evidence. This is also a self-defense case. The market's crashing. Let me say, some people say the market is crashing. Let me get some live news right now.
If you could give him a message, if you give me a call, I don't know if you got my number, 906-218-9905.
Yes, I'm gonna get it from you. Just one second, okay?
That says the stock market soars.
You have been having this issue last night as well?
Yes, but it was Woods last night, it was a white male and a female last night. And I did send, Officer, Howard, I sent him a video of it.
We're down 85 points? Yeah, I think we're good. I'm buying gold though because I know if things the inflation is high.
So you're watching this on a camera?
Well, in this case, it's just his testimony before the trial. That's essentially what this deposition is. He's literally giving his testimony before trial, under oath with the attorneys, and actually the judge is here too. That's what's going on.
Yes, sir. Okay, what was your name, sir?
You'll hear in this deposition
English.
the objections and stuff in the back and stuff.
One
So.
more time, Mary.
912-218-9905.
Thank you. And you said that you did
I
one.
live in Douglas, Georgia, we're building a house down there that's not completed yet.
This guy calls 911 a lot. He's got a lot of issues. Another 911 call we're listening to.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and put it in that you do want a phone call from the officer that's responding.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, absolutely. And you know, whenever the officer calls you, it may come in as a phone security private. I know. So just make sure that you're prepared to answer it, okay?
Okay.
All right, so thank you so much. If you do see anything else, make sure you call us back and let us know, okay?
Okay, if any activity happens before officer calls me, I'll give you a call back.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. It looks like the officer actually just arrived on scene any property, okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Bye.
Hey, what's up? Another 911 call. Yeah, he's getting a heart transplant, so he can't be there. Now, even if you're here on this tape of him giving his deposition, you'll hear the defense attorneys giving objections on the tape, and the judge making decisions about those objections in the background.
You obviously made a 911 call that night because you saw somebody on your property. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember? I think in the 911 call you said you sent the clip to Officer Powers.
I did what?
You said you sent the clip to Officer
Yes.
Powers. You remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put on the screen State Exhibit 123 and tell me if you recognize what it is, okay, sir?
So this is him. Now remember, he called again on Ahmaud Arbery, shirt off in the middle of the night with a flashlight.
I'm gonna put A on the screen for you now, okay, sir?
All right.
Let me put this up.
You
The interesting
recognize
part of
123A?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this?
the witness is getting a heart transplant. Well, he says some type of transplant.
The gentleman walking around in my garage.
That seems to be the correct copy of that clip. At this time, state moves to place 123A into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
That's not in court there. That's actually during this deposition. So you hear that no objection, no objection.
Okay.
So here's Arbery now walking around again, no shirt on. He's in his property. He's called 911 again, right? This guy's again here.
Can you tell me what they are?
There's a lot of plywood and.
All right, there's a lag on this.
But on every other occasion, he has not stolen anything. That's an important fact here.
And I'm gonna put my mouse up the
He's
left
never
hand
stolen
corner of
anything.
123A. What is this right here in the corner?
That's my small boat.
And remember, someone says breaking in. This is a false fact. I'm glad you said that. This is fake news. There are no doors. There are no windows. You can just walk through the place, right? Wind goes in and out the place. So he didn't break into anywhere. Breaking in, yes, we got burglary, right? Breaking in is bad, but he didn't break in. The doors are open. He's already admitted. There's no doors. There's no nothing. You can just walk right in. So there's no breaking in. Breaking in is different. This is walking in. Walking into an open place, open construction site. No breaking.
And it's 123B. You recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it, sir?
Looks like the gentleman approaching the back of the boat.
And is this a clip from your surveillance camera in your house?
Yes.
In the construction site?
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Does it seem to be an accurate copy of it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state moves to place 123B into evidence.
I'm sorry, no objection.
No objection.
Okay. Mr. Remus, I'm gonna play 123B.
So let's see what's going on with Arbery. I don't know why the hell he keeps going into this guy's house though. It is.
Were you able to?
I'm not going to pretend like this
see
is
more
this is
of
kind of
what
crazy.
happened that night with this person on this clip, more than what's captured in those few seconds?
No.
Okay, so this is what you saw on your screen, or on your, well, let me ask you this. You remember seeing this clip?
You what now?
You remember seeing this?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
how did you see it? I think in the 911 call, you said you were on the road,
Possibly.
okay? How would you have seen this clip?
On my phone.
On your phone? Okay. Do you remember anything being taken?
Yeah, I think criminal trespass is something good.
No.
And you have to give
You ever
notice.
see the
Yeah,
gentleman
you have to be
with
given
anything in
notice.
his hands
No.
or on his person?
No.
That's not enough for an arrest. That's not enough for an arrest. Reasonable. You're right. Reasonable suspicion is not, but it's not enough for an arrest. It's enough for stop and question and frisk. But unless you're a cop, remember, speeding is enough for cops to pull you over, right? But not enough for a regular citizen to pull you over.
You said that it looks like he was up to no good. Do you remember why you said that?
No.
Because it looks like he's up to no good.
And in that same clip, you said that he was on about 3 different people's cameras. Do you remember how you got that information?
I don't remember making that accusation, I'm sorry.
He says he's been seen on 3 other people because he's trying to get police there faster, obviously. Look, the guy, he's on everybody's camera.
Down at Satilla Shores, do you ever remember looking at any other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
Repeat the question, please.
During your time at Satilla Shores, that you own the property, do you ever remember looking at other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
You talking about footage?
Footage, yes.
No. Well, there's one instance, the first house coming in on the right, the best I remember, if I didn't dream it, it showed that he was supposedly had some guns stolen out of the truck, and it showed some individuals parking across the road, coming over, but they had hoodies on maybe, and supposedly stealing something out of his truck. That's the only footage I saw. And I don't remember where I saw the footage at, I don't know.
That's a good fact for the prosecution because remember McMichael's guns were stolen.
I think it was a car.
But the guys were driving a car. So this, Arbery didn't drive. Well, he wasn't driving a car that day. Yeah, but what the hell's he doing in this house this
person.
This is freaky though. The fact that he's in the house every night and all this stuff, it's kind of crazy. I'm not even going to pretend. Like, what the hell's he doing in the house, in my house every night?
This person that night, right?
No.
No, like Erica, I disagree with this. I'm going to say he's up to no good, right? If that was my house, I'm looking at him on camera. I'm saying he's up to no good. He's, what the hell's he in there for? What the hell's he looking around for? He knows that, he knows he's not supposed to be inside there.
That night?
Not to say he should have been killed, not to say they're justified, but to say like you can't just look at this tape and say this is normal. This is something that you wouldn't be concerned about as a homeowner. I would be concerned. It's a construction site. That's true. I want to be fair here, right? This guy's going into these houses in the middle of the night. Some people want to act like that. That's like, it's like, people do this. No. This is like, it's kind of crazy here. Why the hell are you doing this, right? So I understand the suspicion. I understand even being like, a little like, this guy is, something's up here.
Remember making any additional 911 calls?
No.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, bro.
An additional call, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
Probably.
I'm going to put on the screen Stacy Exhibit 159. I want you to listen to it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection.
No, he's been in a couple of houses, so that wasn't the only one. Allegedly, though. That's allegedly. This one house is on camera, but supposedly he's been on other cameras and they've seen him go into other houses. So, but he's never stolen it. So that's the crux of it. Well, I'll say this for all you people who think that there's nothing wrong with this. God forbid you saw that guy in your house and you had a camera in your house and you saw that guy in your house just looking around. Now the construction site, I think these guys are guilty of murder, but you got to be fair with the facts. We got to be fair with the facts, right? Just like, you got to be fair with the facts. I think it's the only way you're going to get through this on both sides, no matter what you think. You got to be fair with the facts.
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry from 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes, sir.
A week or two ago, I had some trespassers over the property in the middle of the night on my cameras, and I talked to Officer Rash and some different officers. I can't remember the one that was on duty that night.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a car that might have been involved.
Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what this call was about?
Yes.
Okay, what was it about?
Was down after the incident when the white male and female was in the house, and I left my property property to go to Brunswick, and I saw a car parked down close to the bridge. And it stayed there. It was still there when I came back from Brunswick, and it was kind of a rainy, overcast day. You know, I was kind of suspicious of who it might be, thinking maybe it was the couple that had went in the house, and maybe they were staying under the bridge, because there was rumor that someone had been staying under the bridge.
Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the 911 call you made pertaining to that incident? Judge, this time state the contender states 159 as evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas Clay states 159.
Whenever they come on the property, maybe parked over here at the bridge, Fancy Bluff Bridge. Yes, sir. And I was wondering if there's a deputy that might could come over and check it out. One moment. You said at Fancy Bluff Bridge?
Possible.
Yes, it's right here off of,
I'm thinking acquittal on one, conviction on the other. Acquittal, Rittenhouse, conviction here. But here is still shaky though. That's not a done deal.
Go down the side end to right here where the bridge is at, where they put a car for vehicles at. They've been, the neighbors said they think there's some people, might be somebody living under the bridge. Okay, so that, you said the Fancy Bluff Bridge, correct? Is that before, it's right on that line right there by the Port Authority? It's on the side toward the truck stop, toward the interstate. It's on that side, it's not on the Port Authority side. Okay, now you pass Love, the overpass right there? That's where? Did it pass, is it Love? Did it pass Love? Yes, you come by Love's, the truck stop. You come by Love's, and before you go over the first little bridge, you turn to the right, Satilla Shores, and there's a little.
Yeah, but the people who see him on camera don't know that though. Right? I agree with you, NY Militia, but I don't think they know that though. You're right though. I think you're right, but
I'm trying to figure out where that could be. So you said about Satilla Shores. Yes, they'll come to Satilla Shores and turn in to Satilla Shores, to be able to go down that little, access down the side of the highway to get to the bridge, the front of the bridge where the vehicles at. Where do you live, sir? At 220 Satilla Drive, in Satilla Shores, I believe.
yeah, if you guys want to watch the Kyle trial, I'm not offended by that. People feel so bad. Don't worry about it. Listen, just go watch it. It's cool. We're gonna watch this. Go watch this later if you want. If you're more interested in that, that's fine. That's fine.
And when they turn in, they'll be when they turn in to Satilla Shores.
I'm more than okay, and thank you guys, for even caring enough to ask and for caring enough for to want us to see me cover it. I really, really appreciate it. But I've made the decision to cover this. And I know there's how many people? About 100-something people here. It's fun. I'm happy doing this, and I'm enjoying it. So don't worry about it. Thank you guys. Thank you for caring about me. I honestly appreciate that.
You said to a Fancy Bluff Bridge? Yes, ma'am. And what color is the car? It looks to be a real dark blue, indigo, almost black blue. And someone was here, was on your property and it was in his car? Look, I have some stuff stolen out of an offshore boat that I have under the garage.
So he thinks the white people sleeping under the bridge. So everybody understands where we're at. He thinks the white people sleeping under the bridge are the people who are stealing from him.
But I got fixed, and now a week or so later, they showed up on the camera about 10-15 when I started the tool bag, like they was going back in there to steal some more stuff. Yes, sir. I sent a video to Officer Rash, and I sent a video to one of the other deputies that was on call, other people. Yes, sir. Can I have your name? Larry English.
Have you got my number there on your ID?
Can you give me that real five for me, please?
912-218-9905.
Yes, sir.
And if officer needs to give me a call, just tell them to give me a call. I'll live in Douglas, I'll come down here to check on some stuff. And I know there's some people down there, so I'll go to town down with Dr. Holly and Wednesday, and looks real close to what was in the video, a little bit of a video.
Just a quick recap. The owner of the house is giving testimony about what happened. This is the owner of the house Ahmaud Arbery went into, or the construction site, as some people are saying. Either way you call it, this is the owner.
Are you leaving right now? You already left her?
I was fixing to leave, but I mean, I can hang around if I need to, if it needs to talk to me.
He believes it's white people who are stealing stuff from his house and not the black guy. But he's called the police on Ahmaud Arbery at least twice that we know of already. But he said that he hasn't seen him stealing anything. He's never stolen anything.
Did you see anybody when you were down there with that car?
I didn't go all the way down there, I just stopped, I'm just trying to look at it, I didn't
It's hard to hear here too, but he said earlier, just a little bit earlier, that the reason why he thinks it's the white people is because they have a bag and they're going in and out with bags so they can carry stuff. Ahmaud Arbery doesn't have a bag. He doesn't even have a shirt on. So that's why he thinks it's them and not Arbery. Hey, Laura, what's up?
All right, I'm putting in for the officers to come and see what's going on.
Okay, I sure do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rivas, you know there were
Figured out who those people were? Yes, there was somebody fishing under the bridge.
See, they're just really just watching. They've already done this. They're the ones who questioned him and everything too. You'll see them questioning him and everything too. So they just reported, since he's too sick to testify, they've already done it, and they're just recording it for the jury. The jury is the only people who haven't seen this yet.
maybe you saw something on your surveillance camera where you didn't call 911 at all?
They could have been, I don't recall.
Do you remember sometimes, or do you remember ever calling maybe neighbors or the police directly rather than 911?
I probably called Officer Ash's phone directly after he gave it to me when it first started, when he first went over there the first time.
And what about any neighbors?
I don't know, I think I might have called Mr. Kenny Wade one of the nights that, somebody was seen over there, and maybe he told me that his girlfriend and her sister was there by the safe. That's about all I can remember about that.
Okay. I'm gonna put on the screen for you, Stacy, exhibit 124. And there's 124, there's 3 clips, okay, A, B, and C. For the record, I'm gonna put up 124A, and I want you to tell me if you can recognize what it is.
I'm going to keep it 100. I like to keep it 100 with you guys. This is kind of ridiculous. Like, he's in there, like, it's the third time we've seen him on video outside there at night. I understand he didn't steal anything, but there's no way that I would have been suspicious of this guy, and I think any reasonable person would have been. Like, this is not helping the prosecution's case. The fact that he just keeps going in there.
Call 911 that night?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? this seem to be an accurate copy?
Do what now?
Does this seem to be an accurate copy of the clip from your surveillance?
Yeah.
So now we got a third video of him in there at night, walking around. Last time he didn't have his shirt
This
on.
time state moves to 124A. Is that it?
No objection.
No, okay. Then I'm gonna play for the record 124A.
Well, he is mentally ill, so maybe that might be it. But yeah, this is weird. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this is like, oh, he's just some angel and he's just walking around someone's house / construction site in the middle of the night, and why should he be concerned? Really? Come on. This guy's coming in every night. Nobody can ever catch him. So of course people are going to be concerned. I would be concerned, and I think any reasonable person would be concerned. That doesn't mean he should be killed. But you know, I think we have to be honest with the facts here, right? This is not normal, and this is not right what he's doing, right? If the police caught him in the act, they should have arrested him, right? No, I don't think anybody would say the police shouldn't have arrested him for doing this, right? This is kind of crazy. Doesn't matter if I walk into there while he's inside there and I got a pistol, he might be dead himself, right? Because he's in there. What the hell is he doing inside here?
At nighttime, is this room visible to anybody? Or is it, what's the lighting like in your house, in this construction site at night?
There's no line.
So this is all actually in the dark.
Do the cameras, do they pick
This is
up
infrared.
other sources of maybe small light and you can still see the camera footage?
If the camera's triggered.
Possibly. Yeah, I could put up a sign. That's true. But still, why do you think he's calling the cops? Why do you think he's calling the cops? He's not calling the cops because he wants them inside. He's calling the cops and like, yo, there's somebody just walking around the house, right? He's always on the cameras.
And what is this long thing sitting on?
But even with that said, he takes nothing. He never takes anything.
Yeah, that's all set on.
I want to be very clear about that because people will take that. And be like, oh no, he never took anything.
For these pieces of wood that I'm showing with my mouse, what is this?
That's the walls.
They're not finished walls, or are they finished walls?
No, they're not finished.
Was this all ever taken in any of, at any time?
That's true. Unless, well, I thought in Georgia, it all depends. Sometimes, you know, trespassing into someone's home, generally, you don't need a sign, right? Because it's a home, but it's a construction site versus a home. I gotta look at Georgia law for that one. Because you're right, it may not even be trespass. That's still an open question. NY militia is right. Whether this is trespass or not is still an open question.
Yes.
That's true, but every night, like, you know, it's like the 5th time he's been there. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
124B.
Looks like the gentleman walking out of the garage.
Does this seem to be the same night, connected clip with that same night?
I don't remember.
Oh, I never even thought about that. It might not be, but I think they're saying it is him now.
Does this seem to be a true and accurate or a good
Yeah, that's
copy
all
of
right.
the surveillance clip?
It looks like the other
Now,
picture.
this time state moves to put in safety to the 124B.
Objection.
No objection. Mr. English, on this left side of 124B, with my mouse is pointed, it's like a dark, long space. What is that?
That's the RV boat garage.
An RV boat garage?
Yes.
Okay, near the bottom of the screen, what are we looking at here?
That's a skid steer forklift.
Skid steer forklift?
Yes.
And what is this room here to the right?
That's the double garage where you park cars.
Do either of these garage areas have doors on them
No,
at this point?
no.
Is this part enclosed in any way from front to back?
The back of the house has plywood on the walls.
Does the back of the house have any doors at this time?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
No, this is not from the same day he was killed. These are from earlier days.
124C. tell me if you recognize this?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not listening to two streams. I'm strictly on this today.
And what are we looking at in 124C?
Gentleman leaving the house and jogging down the street.
And is this the front of your house?
I suspect so. I think that might be true.
Where your hair is at?
That's true. But the people who are chasing him didn't know that. Right? The people who chased him did not know that, and that doesn't give them the right to kill him. But I think that's an accurate
Is
description.
that a true and accurate clip
Yes.
from your house?
Yes.
Here he goes again.
Move to place 124C in the evidence?
No objection.
Okay.
Here we go again.
124C.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, guys. The guy just comes in. It's like the fourth time he's been in the house, and he just walks around, looks around, walks around, and then just running down the street. This is it's. For those of you who say this is nothing, I should be worried about it. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to adamantly disagree with you. Adamantly disagree with you. That's weird, guys. That's weird.
Do you know what the weather is during the time of this clip?
No.
Can you see something dripping down from the video?
Yes, it looks like something moisture dripping off the either house.
When did moisture generally drip off of your house?
Repeat the question, please.
Objection. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the relevance, and I'm not sure if he can identify what happened on this particular day by speculations.
We would call it, right? One second. All right, Mr. McMichael, I'm gonna put on the screen states 117. And there's one clip, this is states 117. Can you tell me if you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what this is?
And that's the inside of my living room in the kitchen.
Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the clip that you had?
Yes.
Is this time say you place 117 in the evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor. For the record, I'm playing 117. I'm going to pause it, Mr. English. Where my arrow is pointing up to the top of the screen, what is this light coming from, and what is this up here?
That's the street.
And what is this right here again?
Compound Marisol.
Can I kill them? I mean, commit a citizen's arrest if the white couple stole. No, you couldn't. You couldn't kill them if they stole something. You could try to arrest them, but if if you're trying to arrest and they, in turn, during that arrest, if they then threaten your life, right, pull a gun out on you, then you can respond to that force with lethal force. So no, you can't just citizen's arrest doesn't mean you can kill them, right? Citizen's arrest reads you can arrest them. And the only reason why, if you can, if trying to arrest them, because now you have the lawful right to stop them and arrest them. If in that action they then resist or even put your life in danger in some way, then you can respond to that force.
From that night that you know, no. Anything damaged? No.
Important points. None of these nights were taken. Nothing was ever damaged.
Did you ever have an opportunity? Yes,
I would appreciate his general coverage, knows
I told the other joints, cover his nose.
He was referencing one of these two gentlemen.
Okay, yeah.
We can ask, that's what we-
Yeah, he was keeping that up.
To your knowledge, Mr. English, did anybody ever, this person that we've seen so far on this clip, did you ever have a chance to tell him anything?
No,
Give him permission or not permission to be there?
no.
No, they're not. I don't know. It could be used anytime. Anytime. It can be used. It's probably citizen's arrest probably happen frequently.
There's 5 separate.
Just to be clear, a citizen's arrest actually is pretty common. Think about shopkeepers. If you have a shop and someone steals in your shop and you stop them, that's a citizen's arrest, right? And hold them for police. Citizen's arrest.
That we put on the screen. Do you remember sending that clip to anybody, an officer?
I don't remember it, but I could have.
Okay.
Yes, that protects them from the civil liability. So this is the day in question. So we got him. He's here all these other days. Never stole nothing. Now we got him coming in the day in question. This guy loves this house. It's like, God. Now we get into the good part.
And Judge, if it'll save some time, I don't mind stipulating that all of the videos contained in 120 are authentic from his Mr. English's video surveillance system. Just skip this step. It's okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I join in that, Your Honor, since they'll really be authenticated by other witnesses in trial.
As a procedural matter, they have them authenticating each video. So they're just saying, we're stipulating, yeah, these videos are authentic. They are what they are. So he doesn't have to authenticate them each time.
In this clip 120A, do you recognize what this is?
That's between my garage doors and the street.
And is it a view from a surveillance camera on your property?
Yes,
And it seems to be a daytime clip, is that correct?
yes,
And you remember taking multiple clips
No,
from this same time frame?
that's wrong.
From different angles, different cameras in your house?
I don't
If somebody had
remember
chased,
that.
just like with Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse was chased. He shot first, right? He shot. So attacking first is not mean case is over. It all depends on what happens up before that point.
Is that a different angle?
I remember it, yes.
Okay, so there's multiple angles taken from that day?
So nothing from anybody. He didn't steal anything from what we've heard. The testimony we've heard, he stole nothing all this time, and he's back in here in the daytime.
Objections.
No objection, Your Honor, but in record, are they A, B, C, D, E? Is that how?
They are, and I'll go through and have them,
No objection.
no objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true. This is actually a true fact too. Guns pointed at him first, so he didn't attack first. He wasn't the aggressor. You can't point a gun at somebody and say they attacked you, right? Freeze! I'll blow your head off. And then the guy lunges for the gun. You can't say, "Well, he attacked me." You're pointing a gun at him, and you told me if you don't stop, you'll blow his head off.
Yes.
Where my arrow's pointing, what is this, a picture of?
Car garage,
And on the left side?
RV boat garage.
Mind you, we've been seeing this all at night now, so we're seeing it in the daytime now.
That we saw previously?
They're similar.
And everybody in the chat must understand the only people who've stolen from this property are children. That's what we know. Somebody else might have stolen, but the only person we know of had stolen were children. They were stealing wood for bicycle ramps. Here's Arbery again, walking around the house again. What's he doing though? Am I just, this makes no sense. Why the hell does he keep walking around this house or this construction site as NY Militia says? Why does he keep doing it? This just, and you see for people, and again, let's stop the lies about him breaking in. This is an open construction site. There are no doors. There are no windows. You see all those, you can walk in from, look behind in the back. You can just walk into the spot. So there's no breaking into this place, right? So please stop saying he broke in. That's fake news. Just like it was when Rittenhouse, when they said Rittenhouse chased down Rittenhouse chased down Rosenbaum. That was fake news. Saying he broke into this house is fake news. Saying he stole something from this house is also fake news. So those things need to be stopped saying.
120D.
Oh yeah. He did grab the shotgun. If someone's committing an armed robbery and the victim grabs a shotgun, does that give the armed robber the ability to gun them down? No. People is yes. So even if you grab the gun, that does nothing. That doesn't help the McMichaels.
Yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge, at this point,
Someone's committing a robbery and the person tries to grab the gun and is shot. That does not help the robber. The robber can't say he tried to grab my gun. I'm self-defense. That does not work.
And you remember if you called.
I don't know who keeps telling you guys that, but that does not work.
I don't think I did.
Okay, and you remember the date that this was taken?
I may not be correct, but I think it's the day that Mr. Arbery got shot.
Okay. Do you remember if you called any neighbors that day?
I did.
Do you remember who you called?
I called, Diego.
I know it was a false imprisonment. That's where it was a false imprisonment, and they were trying to falsely imprison him with the gun. That's what this was. So yeah, and trying to falsely imprison someone, you put a gun to them and say, "Freeze, come with me," and they grab the gun. You cannot shoot them to force them to come with you, right? You falsely imprisoning them. So while in the commission of the false imprisonment, you cannot shoot someone to force them to comply with you, right? If they lunge for the gun, it's not their fault, it's your fault. Aggravated assault and false imprisonment.
Surveillance clips.
I was using a bank robbery as an analogy, but we can do it with this.
At some point,
They've admitted they've been trying to imprison them.
Your lawyer?
My lawyer?
Your lawyer, yes.
I could have, I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. And who is your lawyer?
Beth Grady.
Okay. Do you remember whether your family had sent any clips to Ms. Grady? Grady?
Not that I know of. My wife might have sent them for me, I don't know.
Okay. But you remember her obtaining clips from you, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, who, and it sounds as if we're leaving them.
Sure, let's clean up the record.
Did you ever send any clips to your lawyer?
Not that I remember.
Did your security cameras, do they capture?
The owner of the
date
house is
and
testifying.
time that things occur?
question, please?
Do your security cameras capture the date and time when you're recording?
Yes, yes.
Do you remember ever looking at the date and time on these clips when you were recording them or sending them to officers?
No,
Do you know if the date and time was accurate?
I guess they would be if they go by Wi-Fi, and I assume the maybe the dates is automatically recorded, that's all I know about that.
We'll see if people believe the facts or if they still believe the narrative. Question in the chat. Did Arbery commit a burglary? I think they might be going to lunch. This got to be boring a jury to death. You're sitting there watching this video. Or bad audio, too.
Mr. English, I'm going to turn and talk to you about some of the relationships of people in your neighborhood that you may have, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Diego Perez?
I know of him, not personally, never met him in person.
How do you remember Mr. Perez? How did you first come in contact with him?
The best I can recall, the neighborhood had found out about some of these situations and instances, and I want to thank that Diego reached out to me, and I want to thank my text, offering his help. If ever needed to call him, if I seen somebody on the property and I wasn't there, our yards connect, there was 1 yard in between us, but there was not fences. Cut his property off mine.
He did.
To go over there.
That's what he did. If someone points a gun at you from distance, would you rush them, which he didn't do? He turned and tried to run away. That's testimony here. Eraser, you got to get some facts, baby. That's what he did. He turned and ran from the pointed gun. Yes, that's what he did. They were chasing him around. They confronted him 4 times. Eraser, you got to keep up. You're missing some key facts here.
And did you give Mr. Perez permission to go on your property to check things out?
He did run.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a key fact you missed, brother. They pointed the gun and he ran. He's like, oh shit, the guy's pointing the gun. He ran the other way.
Some of these surveillance clips of anybody walking around in your house, just 2 neighbors?
I don't remember showing anybody. I could have.
That's nothing, yeah. You're right.
Yes, sir.
The state's saying it's not even trespass, to be honest with you, because of those reasons that you just laid out. The state's saying he didn't trespass. This is not a trespass.
And if you're looking at your house at 220 Satilla, Mr. Perez, does he live to your left or right?
To the left.
You know how many houses down?
There's one house in between us.
And who's that house between you?
Kenny Wade.
Kenny Wade?
Yeah.
Do you know a person by the name of Matt Albenze?
I think I don't know the last name, but I know Matt.
You know Matt?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you ever showed some of the surveillance to Matt?
Possibly. Matt will come like he was pointing out the mailboxes.
Uh-huh.
Matt was one of the people that has a mailbox there. Matt usually walks over and checks his mail, and I'm under the garage a lot of times working, and Matt may come up there and talk to me, and I could have showed Matt that.
Yes, sir. And you remember a person by the name of Ronnie Olson or John Olson?
There's a Ronnie across the street, I don't know the last name.
Okay. Is it Ronnie across the street from you?
Yes,
Okay, and you know that person?
just know the.
Yeah, Race, you gotta look at some of
Yeah,
these videos, man. You just are like making wild accusations here. Go watch the video and watch, at least watch the opening statements, and you'll see the video and everything. They explain it right there.
Yes.
The defense attorney admits that when he pointed the gun, he ran away from him. So, you know, you're just either you're uninformed or you just are trolling. The defense attorney says this. What you're saying here is not true. They didn't know he was inside the building. They didn't know why they was running, right? And when they stopped and pointed a gun at him, and he ran away from the gun. So, and then they tried to corner him again, and he attacked them. So you're wrong on the facts. Your analysis is good, but they're wrong on the facts. Your facts are bad.
And when I had my dock under construction, I was down on the dock lead, and there's a big barge and crane on the water where they were building my dock. And I was standing on my dock in a little small women's boat with a gentleman and a small boy come up to where the job site was at, and we spoke for 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, watch what the defense attorney says. We just watch the defense's opening. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Don't even watch the prosecution's opening.
You know where Mr. Travis McMichael lived?
Vaguely, I don't know how many houses down it is. I mean, I know the house whenever I pass it by the trucks, but I can't tell you how many houses down it is.
And would that be to your left or to your right when you're looking at the
If it's to
video?
the left, on the other side of Diego, going past my house to Diego's house.
Do you know what sort of vehicle Mr. Travis McMichael drove?
The only vehicle I remember right off is a gray Ford truck. I don't know if that was Gregory or if that was Travis's truck.
And that was a Ford truck?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Greg McMichael?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
Greg came to my house one evening out in front of my garage. We had a conversation. A few minutes after we had started talking, his wife came up and he introduced her, and we talked. Couldn't tell you anything specific we talked about, just kind of small talk. I don't remember any of the details. That's the first time that I had ever met Greg McMichael.
Yes, sir. Did you ever have any other interactions with Mr. Greg McMichael?
I did.
And tell me about that.
I know it was after the shooting, and I was putting tools in my job trailer, and he approached me that day, and we was talking, and some of it was talking about what had happened, and he made a comment that he wished people wouldn't be talking about it on social media.
And at that point, have you talked to the media at all about the shooting?
I think I had one, maybe two, I'm not certain, but I had talked to somebody.
Okay. Did you give TV interviews or audio interviews?
I knew that I had done an audio interview. I'm not sure if there was a TV interview that had been done at that time or not.
At some point, have you given a TV interview to anybody?
Yes,
And who was that?
Chris Cuomo on CNN.
On CNN, Cuomo?
Chris
CNN?
Cuomo.
Yeah,
Do you remember any other TV stations?
I want to say Jack's Ford, but might not be right on that. I'm not sure.
You said
They
Jack.
whoever it was came out and interviewed me and videoed it in a video. I do remember that, but I don't know exactly what channel. But
Yes, sir. You said that was Jack's Ford?
I think so.
Okay. And you said it was at your BER?
Yes.
Is that a different property?
Do what?
That was at a different property?
Yes, that was in Douglas, Georgia.
point during your interactions with the McMichaels, did you ever give them permission to go on your property, express permission?
No,
Did you ever tell them they couldn't go on your property?
no,
Did you ever personally tell the McMichaels about any prior incidents at your house?
probably, I'm not sure.
During the course of your conversations with police officers that responded to your house, over the course of the times that you called 911, did you ever tell any of those police officers whether anybody took anything from your house?
Not that I remember.
So all the police officers that respond, he never told them that anything was stolen from the house based from these trips by whatever his name is, Arbery. So well, I'm going to disagree with this for one reason. The N-word was said a couple of times. That's the reason why race has a role in this, because they're saying the racial, saying racial slurs adds a context of race to it, and I don't think that can be denied.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do I think he was chased based on race?
I was in the video.
I'm honestly 50-50 about it. I think there's good arguments on both sides of that, where it could be a racial thing. But based on the evidence,
Okay.
you could easily make the argument it's not about race, because he was caught on video all these times and all that stuff too. So, but so are white people.
Do you remember ever calling the police about any incident like that day?
No.
The thing that adds race to this is obviously him using the
Do you remember
McMichael
talking to any
Jr.
neighbors about it that day?
Yes.
And who was that?
Diego.
And at some point, did you check your surveillance camera
I did.
about that day?
Yes.
And did you see anything?
And I saw part of the clip, the last clips that you showed.
Yeah, I think when you drop the N-bomb, race is going to be added to it regardless, right? You shoot the guy, you call him the N-bomb.
And
You can't
remember
avoid race
emailing those clips to
implications of
anybody?
that.
No.
Do you remember receiving any sort of video from anybody that day?
No, I'm not really. I don't recall. Well, I believe Diego sent me a short clip.
Let's say if he was Jewish, right? And then they called him a Jewish slur, or if he was Mexican and they called him a Mexican slur, right? When you use racial slurs in a killing, I think it's reasonable. We're all talking about being reasonable here. We're all talking about being reasonable here. When you kill someone and use an ethnic slur, right? You can't then say race had nothing to do with it, right? It's the nature of the beast. I think you've been very reasonable, Eraser. Dropping an N-bomb and then saying race had nothing to do with it, that's not being reasonable. I do admit, I think.
They did a thorough job.
Yes.
At some point, you remember giving interviews to any law enforcement regarding anything? Interviews, yes. Do you remember if anybody from the GBI ever went to your house?
Oh, yes.
And you remember talking with them?
Yes.
Do you know how many different GBI agents you would talk to?
3 or 4, maybe more.
Do you remember speaking with somebody named Seth Hollander?
No.
Do you remember speaking with somebody named, with the last name Seacrest?
I maybe remember that last name a little bit, but
Ryan Seacrest? He spoke to Ryan Seacrest? He forgot?
Remember the dates that they came out?
Today,
Yeah.
Talking to Ryan Seacrest. How could you forget about Seacrest? He said, do you remember speaking to somebody with the last name Seacrest? Yeah, he said it. They've admitted that in the opening. They've got him on transcript. I think he even said it on body camera. So yeah, he said it. He said it. Oh yeah, he said it. You can't deny that one. It's on transcript. He's on body cam footage saying that they got him there. They got him saying it. He said that. He said that. You gotta go find it. You're really proud of the fact that you didn't think he said the N-word. Go watch Viva and Barnes. Viva and Barnes, extremely right wing, and they even were shocked. He said it so much. Did he say the N-word? Oh yeah, he said it. Oh yeah, with his own police body cam. Yeah, he said it. Oh yeah, he
At
said
any
it.
point in time, would you authorize McMichael to ever confront anybody on your side?
I'm sorry, this is funny.
Or to act on behalf of the police on your side, on your instruction side?
After you shoot the guy, the dead bodies in the street, you call him the N-word. You're like, I have nothing to do with race. I just think you're not being reasonable at that point in time. It may though, but you know, I'm sympathetic to it, but God.
Anybody on your property?
no,
I was surprised when Viva said it yesterday. He was like, yeah, you can't be screaming the N-word, so but have nothing to do with race.
Brian?
I don't know William from videos.
Yeah, the hard too.
You know, people by the name of Brian?
I've heard that.
Have you ever spoken with that person?
No,
Have you ever communicated in any way with that person?
no,
Do you know what that person looks like?
Yeah, or somebody you just shot. I don't think you used the
I
N-word.
recognize him. You showed me a photo of it.
If you could stand up briefly, and if you could take a look around the courtroom. I know it's hard because people have masks on.
That's right.
You see Mr. Brian?
Yeah, that's it.
And what is he wearing?
White shirt with gray tie.
And Your Honor, this time, the state would show that he has ID, Mr. Brian?
No, not understanding. He's identifying the person he's never met, never spoken with. Objection.
I asked if he knew who he was and who's.
Yeah, I understand, he got up and said that if he saw a photograph, he could identify him. And he was asked to stand up to see if he could identify the person. But you're objecting to the identification.
I'm objecting to the identification. Objecting to what the relevance is. If he can identify him today based on things that happened after the shooting, what would that be relevant to?
That's true.
Before we got into the whole identifying, but as far as safety questions, the record reflects the after finding.
All right, so
He had in fact identified this person as the individual by shirt and tie.
Thank you. Do you see Mr. Greg McMichael in the courtroom today?
I think that's Greg in the corner.
he said, how can he identify somebody he's never met?
Similar to him with the mask on.
Nothing other than the mask, yeah.
He said he never
What
met.
was he wearing?
The reason why I'm laughing, he said he never met Bryant. So the attorney said, well, get up and point at him. He's like, yeah, there he is right there. He's like, but how can he identify him when he never met him?
Your Honor, at this time.
It's true.
Let the record reflect that Mr. English has identified Mr. Greg McMichael in the courtroom today.
So that's what the attorney objected. He's like, you can't identify somebody he's never met.
It does.
Thank you, Judge.
Good question. Which would be responding to that.
And Mr. English, do you see Mr. Travis McMichael?
Yes,
And what is he wearing?
Checkered shirt with a dark blue jacket, or black jacket.
Have you spoken with him in the past?
Yes,
Does that reflect that he's identifying Mr. Travis McMichael in the courtroom? And that's the person you know as Mr. Travis McMichael?
repeat the question.
That's the person you know as Mr. Travis McMichael?
Email,
Travis McMichael?
what about?
That's the person you know.
Oh, yes, yes.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you.
I don't think they're seeking a hate crime enhancement. Because then you got to prove that he killed him because he was black. There's no evidence. Okay, let's just talk about the hate crime piece. There's no evidence they killed him because he was black. Sorry, maybe that needs to be cleared up before we. Let me see. Yeah, all right. There's a difference between killing him because he was black, right, and killing him because we thought he was a burglar.
Mr. Bryan?
So this case is about killing someone we thought may have been committing burglaries who happened to be black versus killing him because he was black. So I understand, the way I understand this case is,
Never seen it, never did.
now using the N-word and killing someone is just not enough to say they killed him because he was black, right? It shows his state of mind that race was on his mind, but that is not enough to say, well, he shot him, he's called him the N-word. You need more than that.
I'm just trying to show how we be able to identify him.
Again, what's the relevance of the identification?
I mean, it's already got enough.
Oh yeah, I would like to see that
Just
too.
for the time, no further questions, subject to redirect.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
There's a cross-examination now. So they got his depo in. That's all,
Ladies and
everything
gentlemen,
he
we're gonna get
said.
breaking point for lunch. We'll go ahead and break for an hour. Just please plan to return at just after 1:30. During that period of time, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't go looking for any information about the case. And if anybody is talking about the case around you, please let me know, and we'll go ahead and see if we need to get that addressed. So with those instructions and all the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right, so let's talk about the race issue, right? Fact. They are not being charged with any hate crimes, right? The argument here by the state is that they thought that he was a burglar. They were wrong. They thought he committed a crime. They were wrong. They were trying to commit a citizen's arrest, and they were wrong. And because they did all that and were wrong, when they killed him and trying to effectuate that arrest, that is the felony murder, right?
So
There's false
afterwards,
imprisonment,
we'll
felony murder.
play the third part of the video and then move into live witnesses in the afternoon, move back into live witnesses in the afternoon. Anything from the state before we recess? From Travis.
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
There you go.
We're recessed until 1:35.
Okay, that recess. All right, so let's talk about the race issue. Well, I'm gonna switch us over to the Rittenhouse trial while we have a little break here, so we don't just be sitting here watching a blank screen. But I do want to address the race issue. So just give me a second so I can switch to the Rittenhouse trial. Rittenhouse. I see all these people getting like these monster views on Rittenhouse. I should have stayed with Rittenhouse. No.
Introducing Speechalo, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey.
Okay. Let's go over to Ahmaud from Arbery to Rittenhouse. Kyle the Man Rittenhouse. Let's see. All right, I see where that's at. Chrome tab. Is that the right one? Yep. All right. Oof. That's a nice gun expert, I think they have on the stand. Okay, so let's talk about the hate crime issue with the Arbery case. So just so we're all on the same page. All right, so let's all get on the same page before we go and look at the Rittenhouse case. The Rittenhouse case should be on for another 20 minutes before they go to lunch. But so we all understand and we're all on the same page. McMichaels are not being charged with a hate crime. All right, McMichaels, the hate crime has really nothing to do with the facts of this case. Just so we all are clear. But it has something to do with maybe their motivation to doing their crime. Let me explain. The state's argument in this case is that the McMichaels were trying to conduct a citizen's arrest for what they believed to be a burglary. They did not have probable cause, and they did not have any idea why he was running down the street. They just saw a black man running and chased him down, believing that he had committed a burglary. That's the state's argument. The state's argument is because they were unauthorized to do any of that, right? He hadn't committed a crime. He hadn't done anything wrong. That they're hunting him down and confronting him, pointing guns at him, hitting him with the car, chasing him into a ditch, and eventually confronting him and killing him. That's why you have felony murder. They were trying to falsely imprison him by trying to stop him and capture him 4 or 5 times. They were unsuccessful. In the 5th time, they tried to capture him again. He died. Felony murder in the presence of committing a felony, which was false imprisonment. Now, where does race play a role? Race plays a role in their motivations. After they killed him, McMichaels used the N-word. He used the N-word a couple of times, right? A couple of McMichaels used the N-word. That use of the N-word has now given motivations. Why were they chasing him when you had the white couple who they thought stole? Why chase him when you had all this other stuff? Why chase him? So the chase, why are we chasing him? That's where they get to the why we're chasing him, right? But it wasn't like he was just some random black person walking down the street that they jumped and ran, right? There was a history here, and that's what both the defense and the prosecution are showing, that there was a history here, that it wasn't like we just ran down and chased down a random black guy. They were chasing down someone who they thought were committing crimes in their neighborhood, who happened to be black. Now, the use of the N-word doesn't help their case. And I think we have to all understand that using the N-word or a racial slur in that situation doesn't help their case. But the arguments here in this particular case is that even though race texturizes it, it does have something to do with this case. If somebody tells you race is not involved, they're not being honest with you. But as to the facts on whether they're guilty or not, and whether they did this because of his race, that's not yet to be determined. What is yet to be determined is that Ahmaud Arbery was going to these houses. He's been on video. We've seen the video, right? If you watch this today, you've seen the amount of video that he's been on. Video after video after video after video after video. 2, he's never stolen anything. So never stolen. And then you'll hear the conversation between where McMichaels where the officer tells the McMichaels that he's never stolen anything, right? So all those facts are in place. Now, I will say this. I don't think we can be obtuse to it. I believe that they chased him at that time because, well, I don't even know. I don't know if I could say that. Let's say it was a white couple. No, I'll ask you guys that question. Let's say it was a white couple, because the white couple was the one that remember the younger McMichaels, and I think people forget this too when we talk about race, and this is the reason. And if I'm wrong, I'll say it, but I want you guys to understand why I think race is not playing as big a role as everyone else is saying. And listen to my reasoning before you kill me if you believe race is an issue. But listen to me first. The white couple that everybody's talking about, the famous white couple, that white couple, younger McMichaels, the defense attorney talked about it earlier. The younger McMichaels in their opening, the younger McMichaels actually went to look for the white couple under the bridge because they thought the white couple was sleeping under the bridge. So they went and looked for the white couple under the bridge. So they actually did the same thing what they did with Arbery, but the white couple, they kind of knew where the white couple, they thought the white couple lived. So he actually took his boat and searched for the white couple, right? To try to the citizen's arrest type thing, right? So in that instance, it doesn't seem like this was just based on race because they did search for the white couple, for instance. And I think a lot of people don't understand that or don't, it's kind of just got left out of the story. The McMichaels did attempt to search for the white couple, but did not find them, right? And if you go back and look at the defense's opening, they said, yeah, he took his boat out. He went out. He saw they said they were under the bridge. They had stolen stuff. He went and checked, right? He went and checked. He got his gun and checked. So maybe he just had a hero complex, but he checked for the white people. Now, I'll ask the question in the chat, and I would like you guys to give me your honest opinion. If the white couple came out the house instead of Mr. Arbery and started running down, the same situation happened, except it was the right couple running down the street. Do you think McMichaels would have chased them? Understanding that fact now that the younger McMichaels went looking for them under that bridge, and you heard about the bridge on the direct testimony of the person who owns the house. I don't know if you answer that question no, then yeah, you're leaning toward race. If you answer that question yes, then you're leading to, so that's what I'm thinking. I'm not too sure because the fact that he went and looking for the white couple too, that gives me pause on the race issue. Now they could have been personal, they could have been racist in their lives, they're going around using the N-word pretty willy-nilly, right? In front of cops, in front of everybody. Yeah, this N. Okay. But that fact did change my mind on it a little bit, right? Because it wasn't because if they never looked for the white people, then I'm saying okay. But the fact that they did and didn't find them, it did change my mind a little bit on what role race had to play and how much of a role it did. So I'll put it in the chat. But I do think, because I remember I was on Lucas's channel, I said, yeah, I think they chased him because he was black. But then when I heard that fact, I was like, okay, that now maybe changes my calculation a little bit. And I could be wrong, but it did change my mind a little bit. So the fact that Mick, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, if the A-B-A-R-B-E-R-Y, Arbery was the white C-O-U-P-L couple, would they have chased? Would they have chased? There it is. Understanding those facts that I've given you already, though. Understand in the context of those facts, because I would have answered this question no before I heard that fact. And that fact, it changed my mind a little bit to say, okay, well, maybe these guys were just buffs who just, wanted to be, hey, like Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse was a buff too. He was one of those buff cup, but his case is a lot different than this one. But that's kind of what I was thinking. But do I think race plays some role? Yes, but not as much as I think people are making it out to be. And I do think these guys probably had, an issue with race. They were probably racist. But it's hard based on that fact that they look for the other couple. It's now hard for me to say that they just did this. They may have just been trying to just be, they may have just unfortunately made a horrible mistake. And that's why you don't connect citizens arrests.
Sure, it's been previously marked as Exhibit 28, not this specific gun, but are you familiar with guns like this type?
Yes.
And if one had a jam or had to clear, one would pull back. I don't know how to do it.
There we go. Yep.
Right here.
Correct.
You know what? If I wasn't married, I'm in love with this woman. She's a gun nut, and she looks like this.
The bullet that was here, correct?
Correct.
Where were you at all
I've
my
got a
life?
standard ruler that I was provided by the court from the back of where the charger sits to the end of it, 4 inches. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it all the way back and let it all the way forward.
Yes.
Which is a very obvious movement, correct?
Yep.
It takes time.
Yes.
Any requests?
Just one briefly, so.
It's actually a pretty split vote.
Just fired that gun
Mhm.
and that spent shell casing didn't properly eject rather. What would happen if you pulled the trigger then?
It
Again,
would go click. It wouldn't go bang.
so in order to fire the gun a second time after that, you'd have to do that re-racking. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire.
Correct.
That's all I have.
The fact that they used the N-word repeatedly, even after they killed the guy, that's a pretty big, fact that leads me to believe that they could be racist. Hell, I don't think we can have it both ways. You can say, I believe he committed a burglary because he's running down the street, right? And somebody's pointing at him. There's no facts to say that he may have been racist because he's using the N-word after he kills the guy and before he kills the guy. I think it's more reasonable to believe about the racism thing than the burglary thing. But to be fair, they did chase after the white couple too. They were looking for them both. So, it's now I'm torn between racism or just zealous homeowners, and I think an argument can be made either way, both ways. I'm 50-50.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Who is this?
Sure, will you state your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez publicly. My last name, Hernandez.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work?
So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news. I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis. And I also do on-the-ground reporting, specifically on protests and
he's doing what I do.
Riots.
And as it relates to the your on-the-ground kind of reporting is what I'm interested in. Were you in Kenosha on the evening of August 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you there to cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
I use my iPhone and I also use a body cam, and specifically on
this is the Rittenhouse case. That's what we're watching now. Until we get to the other one.
After the 25th, I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that fair?
No.
Was there a time after the 25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you to try to get a hold of some of the
the white couple? Well, they thought the white couple were actual
I don't remember
thieves.
his name specifically, but
that was the difference. They thought the white couple were actual thieves.
If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything?
One of
for
the
you?
two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
And were you able to make connection in some form or fashion with those law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, not enough memory because the body cam footage is, over 50 videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States.
Yes.
And so, if I have it right, you and law enforcement had kind of not been able to connect for some period of time after that.
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today or this trial that you were able to do that?
Yes, I did that through my attorney.
And were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
And so my questions to you initially will be this.
He said
were
it,
you
but I
kind
don't
of
really know what
working
he.
by
I'm not sure
yourself
what it was. It was
that
about
evening, or were you
2,500
working
bucks
with a
worth of stuff.
team
He
or
said.
what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
I don't know if you've heard this, but there's been other people mentioned, Mr. Rosenbaum. Were you aware of who that was?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Huber or Mr. Grosskreutz?
No.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of any of these people prior to August 25th?
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Have you
This is some social
had
media
an opportunity
influencer.
to
I don't know
look
who
back
he's
on
testifying
your,
for.
videos to see if
I think he's
you had
testifying for the
captured Mr.
defense.
Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I have had no contact with
I
Kyle
think the
Rittenhouse,
defense is
but
doing
I have looked
overkill.
at footage to just go over it. Yes.
And does your footage capture any, excuse me, any contact, maybe not personal contact, but anything that you saw Mr. Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the rioters were going head to head with the police in front of the courthouse.
So I do want to let you guys know this witness is obviously a biased witness toward Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Because look at the terminology he's using. Everyone else is calling it a protest. Some people are calling it this, but he's being very specific. He said, I'm covering the riots, right? And blah, 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 blah. All the riots all over the place, the riots. And he even called this one, here are the rioters and riots. So this is somebody he's doing, obviously it's going to be right wing. It's going to be, but he's saying rioters, right? He's not saying protests. He hadn't even mentioned the word protest at once.
And as they were doing
all these
so,
things, he's going
the
to
police
rioters.
then
Antifa.
responded. I think I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the Car Source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being pushed down the street, they passed Car Source 2. And the rioters identified individuals with long arm rifles on top of the building. And they immediately attempted to agitate them, to try and start some conflict with them, saying, you ain't the police, you ain't the police. The rioters initiated that conflict.
He says he's called them rioters.
He's speculating it's the intent of people.
Rioters, the rioters. He's not used the word protester once.
Proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this. Did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and then at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of Car Source 2 and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Okay, so
It's obviously a pro Kyle Rittenhouse guy. Even though, I think Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. You got to just understand the witness that you got in front of you.
Car Source 2 or Car Doctor, it has now been referred to. This is the place you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the first time that you had observed Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And you had said that you had saw him come out from inside the building.
Yes, it appeared to be.
And did you hear, did you just see him or did you hear anything he was saying?
I just saw him.
And what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying something, but I can't identify what he's saying. But he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the riders then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe someone that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And do you recall?
See, a witness who has a clear bias like this, the rioters. People
the first
pick
time
up
I
on
saw
that
Mr.
bias,
Rosenbaum
right?
was when
He's
the
just speak
police
normally
were pushing the
and
riders
not
back to the
try
gas station. On
make
Sheridan, Ultimate, I
you know,
believe.
try to sell it too much.
Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Yeah, that's Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum, I don't know. Rosenbaum was tough.
As Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is, a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay. And
I used a nice picture of Kyle Rittenhouse too. I used a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse in the suit too, looking good.
Yes.
You can't use any pictures of them. I don't want them to look either one of them look bad. No, I think it's appropriate to have that. Rosenbaum was definitely a rioter, no doubt about it. That's a accurate description of what he was doing that night. So I don't think that's an objection would be. Rosenbaum was a rioter for sure.
There's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Let me see. I'll even put it in the chat. Does any, was Rosenbaum a rioter? Let's do that one.
Was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see? I'll ask it to you this way. That's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then?
Damn.
After you captured that video, then was there other? Did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an individual.
Now, why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum is saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher, with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of will be on the right side of our screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see if I find a stream where they're playing the video here. No, nobody's showing a video.
We gotta stick together. We got.
So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is,
Oh, he filmed that.
was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
So I'm going to show you what is red marked as exhibit 151. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. But, and I might have you stop it. So.
You can't see the video. That is a patriotic Kleenex box. It is Veterans Day, though. Usually you don't have court on holidays, but did your opinion change once you see the key witness? Did your opinion change since the key witness on the stand on the court? For which case? For the Arbery case? Arbery case, I still think he was killed. And I think they're guilty of murder.
Tell me, is this person right here?
Rittenhouse, I've always thought he was not guilty. You can look at my video. I'll even put my video in the description about
Did you know now that?
That's Mr. The person
that was here months. I did like over a year ago. I said that as soon as I saw it. I said it was this one. Rittenhouse, no. I think Rosenbaum was a damn sure rioter, no doubt about it. Rosenbaum was a rioter for sure. If he wasn't a writer, then the word means has no meaning.
Now, was that Mr. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum with that mask on that you had already, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
Okay. And he appears to be walking, he's southbound on Sheridan?
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again?
Yeah. Ahmaud Arbery's trial is on lunch, so we're just watching this to pass some time.
Right here?
It was the Ahmaud Arbery trial. We're literally watching. Just turn it to this to watch this while until they come back.
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to have on something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop this here. So, I think that in this case, I don't understand what the defense is doing. They've won this case. Why you have this guy on? We know Rosenbaum was a bad guy. What are we doing here? Like this is kind of overkill. You're giving the prosecution more bites at the apple. The audio's good, thank God. Yeah. The other trial audio is horrible. I'll just for completeness, the rule of completeness. Let me show you guys the video that they were talking about. The video is what it is. Let me show if I can see it. YouTube Studio. So here's the video of that. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna show you guys the video that he took. I just realized. Right, TN. Oh, it's funny because now I'm going to have to toot my own horn. I called the Rittenhouse case. When did I do this? I did this video. I pulled it up on Rittenhouse because I remember I got a lot of calls about this video. Not a lot of calls, a lot of messages like, do Kyle Rittenhouse, do Kyle Rittenhouse. So I'm going to switch it from this to this because I want to show you guys what happened to from me a while ago. Here we go. Here it is. So I did this video titled Kyle Rittenhouse Self-Defense Emerged September of last year. So this is this is actually like a week after the whole thing. And they YouTube like destroyed it. This is the most, so it was requested. And I remember I did it at the middle of the night. It's so dark in here because I did it like the middle of the night. I was like, ah, shit. But so I go through the statute, I go through all the stuff, right? But then I go through these videos of Kyle. So this is the video that he's talking about, that he filmed. He filmed this video. Let's see if I can play it for you guys. This guy filmed this video. These are the rioters going to the gas station. Now, I do want to tell people before we even go too far into this video, one thing you should also understand too is in this video, the gas pumps have been turned off because they were afraid that they were going to light the gas pumps on fire, and then next thing you know, you have even a bigger problem. So they turned the gas pumps off. There's no gas here, and the armed militia, but not really the militia, were kind of protecting the gas pumps. So you'll see the I don't want to call them the rioters or protesters pushing the militia back, but the militia have their guns and they're all moving back. And you'll see what Rosenbaum does here. So this is the guy who's authenticating this video. He's not really authenticating, but he's just describing what happened. You see Rosenbaum? And listen to what he says too.
You here for me? No, you ain't.
You see, he's trying to go after this guy who looks like Kyle, but it's not Kyle. See, they tell the guy he's after to leave. They're like, why don't you go to calm everything down because this guy's going crazy. And then Rosenbaum keeps trying to go after him. So that's what he is talking about. This is the video that guy, the person on the stand is talking about. He's talking about that video. That's the video he took. I didn't know he took that video, but that's the video he took, which is actually a pretty good video. But again, this guy's pretty right-wing. He's a very polished witness, a little too polished for me, but it just comes across as being too much. Just say, hey, the people who were there. When you start trying to, the rioters. Yeah, I think they're going overkill. They've got to win here. I want to see cross-examination because this direct.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Oh, here it is. All right, so cross-examination. Let's get off of this. Direct. You're a good boy.
All the food is coming around 12:15, so why don't you go ahead now, please?
Here we go. How do you guys think the cross-examination is going to go on this guy? Let me look at Arbery, make sure Arbery's not back Arbery's not back yet.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Mr. Hernandez.
Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
So you don't live in Kenosha?
No.
You don't live in Wisconsin?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, he was dropping out.
You came up here because you wanted to cover the things that were going on in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots?
Yeah.
By Antifa?
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video, yes.
You've made a lot of videos of what you consider to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, DC, other cities. Fair to say?
I haven't made them. I documented them.
Well, did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made, you recorded video.
Yep.
And that's because and then you take that video and you post it on where?
Twitter, mainly, social media.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
DrewHLive.com.
What is that?
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a news source? Is it
It's
a
an
blog?
independent website
Of what type?
for myself.
He's being combative.
Characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
Professionally meaning you're paid?
Yep.
Who pays you?
I am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a news commentary, breaking news website. They have their own apps. And
If it comes out that he's
website.
it's a white nationalist or anything like that, he's gonna hurt his credibility.
Getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your professional commentating?
No.
Is your Drew H Live website part of Real America's Voice?
No.
The things that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real America's Voice at the time.
That's something that's happened since then.
Yes.
And does Real America's Voice have any sort of political
Here it
bias
is, right?
or agenda or anything like that?
What is the development?
It goes to the bias of the witness, Your Honor.
The bias in what respect? I assume that people, as a company,
I told you.
this is not a political
He's
trial.
going into the bias of the
And,
witness. I told you he was going to
I
go
don't know
it.
how you would isolate
Boom. You knew it. You knew he was going to go into it.
particular politics and determine that that person is going to evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on. Your videos that you have captured of these incidents.
Now
that you
just
call
go
riots,
explain the videos, right?
They're very slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize them as Antifa, Black Lives Matter rioters, correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage. Yes, absolutely.
And so you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here.
I felt like it could have possibly been a riot on the first night. So when
He's
I showed
clearly
up,
biased.
it turned
Yeah,
out to be a very
put him
violent
on,
riot.
it's going to be.
And you
it's-
continued to cover
this
that
is just
on Sunday, Monday.
if he
and
kills
Tuesday
the
night.
kid.
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
So you weren't here on Monday night at all?
No.
And on Tuesday night, you were recording video with your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared with us?
There's two. There's the body cam and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Right here.
And when you recorded the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, where were you holding your cell phone?
Right here.
Okay, so the cell phone is, you're using the right hand, above your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Shoulder.
Now he's trying to clean it up.
Same.
He's trying to clean it up.
As my shoulder, right here.
And
But
the
I don't
body
think you
cam
can
you
get this
said was
witness.
over on the
He's
left side of
trying to
your
show
phone.
this witness as
Is that
a
right?
right-wing
I believe so,
lunatic.
yes.
That's just
The
using
video that we just saw
inflammatory
had a
words.
single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That means that there's two recordings of the same thing, and that's why I submitted to the defense and the
edit it.
prosecution the
Edit it
entire
out.
videos. There's
Edit
maybe
it out.
about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you is what we just watched.
Mm-hmm.
Which camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that video edited?
No, I have not edited it, but it has been put together at the right time, the timing.
Who did that?
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
He's
With
breaking
the
breaking
same
them up.
timing and audio.
He's breaking
But
them up.
at the same time,
That's
it could
why you
also
don't
be
put this
seen-
witness on the
jury can
stand. You
see for
just
themselves if they look at
listen.
the body cam footage. It's the exact same.
Get him on and get him out.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What you said, if the
The
jury
prosecutor
looks at
getting
the
slept a
body
little
cam
bit.
footage,
But
is
he's
that
he's on.
separate from the cell phone footage?
He's in probably.
Yeah, there's
near that,
obviously
so.
2 devices recording.
And you're telling us that the video that we just watched, can we have Exhibit 151 played again, please?
He should have just said, I edited the video, and yeah, because now obviously, and I understand what he's trying to say, but it's obvious, right? I don't think anybody, if you're shooting video from 2 cameras, you're gonna have 2 separate angles. And if you put them on, and if you only see one angle here in the thing, you don't see split screen, and obviously they're from 2, one of the cameras had to be the video. So, you know, I understand he's trying not to say that he edited the video and put it together, but we obviously know he did. And this is why you shouldn't just
we have the video
argue
that
with
was
it, right?
The last one played for you, Exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please?
Now you're going to make him look like a liar.
Now, as we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by 2 separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay. Is there a point in this video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
Can we skip? Yeah, let's skip to the 2.5 minute mark, I guess. I don't know.
They're trying to make it seem like he edited the video. That's what the prosecutor's trying to say.
Let's pause right there.
A little
You
further
edit
back.
the video.
Okay, can we go back? Maybe
You edited the video
30 seconds?
to make
I
it
don't
seem like one,
Little
but it's
further
not.
back.
That's what they're
All
doing.
right, little start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay.
You think Kyle might get
Play
convicted?
from here, please.
Yeah, a little further up.
I don't know about that. I think I got
play
$100
right
that he's not going to get convicted.
Is the switch going to occur after this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting nervous.
Right there. Our little, hold on, here it goes. Right there.
Okay. Thank you. So what you did is you took a portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
That's an old-fashioned movie term from when they used to have actual film. Why did you do that?
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You can see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
But what we just saw was your editing of them together.
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
Through your attorney?
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison?
What's the relevance of this?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
He's being.
I would like to know why
I
you
think the
felt
judge
need
is-
to retain an attorney to provide video in this case.
Yeah.
I think it goes to bias. I think it goes to
Yeah, the judge,
credibility.
he's got to give him a little leeway
It's been
here.
asked otherwise.
Come on,
Take a lunch
Judge.
break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
I don't know, Judge. I think you're being a little. I think the judge is getting a little. Maybe he's just a little chippy at the prosecutor. But you can show a witness's bias and saying, well, you know, hey, why did you have an attorney if you needed to just give up the video? Why do you give the like? I don't see anything wrong with this line of questioning. Maybe denying more relevance. Maybe. Let me see what the judge says. This judge is usually good. I'm that surprised me a little bit. He's being a little agitated. Of course, you can always attack the witness's bias or show the witness has bias toward one side. This is not new. Yeah, I think the judge is being a little biased. At this point, you can always attack the witness's credibility for bias. For everyone knows, if you can show the witness has a bias toward one side, that's always relevant. That's always relevant, right? So I don't know. You can always attack a witness's if you could show bias, like you've edited this video to show one thing for the defendant, right? That's always relevant, showing bias. But I'm trying to understand why the judge may have a good point. I don't know, but I'm just from my perspective, I don't understand.
We've already heard other witnesses be asked about why they've retained an attorney.
Yeah.
Before they testify in this case. But in particular, this defendant is represented by the same law firm that employs one of the defense experts. So I believe that goes to bias.
I don't think that may not be enough. But it's interesting.
I think the only question that came up about a lawyer was when Mr. Grosskreutz had filed the $10 million lawsuit, which is clearly bias evidence. There was a hearing on that.
Yeah, well, there was also testimony by Mr. Yeah, about his employing an attorney after his interview with the district attorney's office.
Yes, that's also true.
And Mr. De Bruin, he explained why he had done that based on what he believed to be the conversations with Mr. Binger.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? The judge is being a little.
In and of itself doesn't.
You can.
Yeah, I don't see where he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material.
He could, but I think the judge is being hyper vigilant here.
I don't know. I'm just assuming, but he's a business person.
But that's why you ask him questions. But Judge, how will we know if we don't ask him that? How will we know if we don't ask him, Judge?
The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see where that's probative of bias.
It's not simply that he hired a lawyer. He hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence.
He's trying to see how the attorney asked him.
Was the intermediary that gave us this evidence.
Saying he had an attorney is fine, yes. Asking him.
No,
you can't ask him what he's not asking him what they discussed. He's just asking him, you hired an attorney.
And again, there's been some
and we got to
testimony
video
about
of the
him
attorney.
providing some things to the detectives by Dropbox and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now, right. And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney. He's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley? Is it Henley Burrish? I've got the name of the firm here, Your Honor. If I could have 1 second. Hurley Burrish is the firm. They are out of Madison. And the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert witness. He's employed by the same firm that also is represented.
Well, let's just be clear. This witness obviously clearly is biased, right?
An expert from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me?
This witness is biased.
The expert was
right. There's no doubt about that. And bias is always relevant.
They have an expert.
So just so everybody knows, pro tip: bias is always relevant. If you can show witnesses bias is always this relevant. So he may not be getting at it the right way, but bias is relevant.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone, and we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer-client kind of thing. He did it.
Yeah,
to
Lev,
do,
you're right about that.
I
agree,
it's
Lev.
Cellbrite extraction.
If you ask me to do a phone call.
I'm thinking the judge is being hyper. He's being hyper vigilant. This judge is being just hyper vigilant. Like, come on, this is starting to be ridiculous, Judge. Come on.
I would have to go to somebody to comply.
I think that you let this line of questioning go. It's like, Judge, obviously, this witness got a clear bias, and you
by the defense for expert witness services. And
listen. The problem. All right. So the problem at Littlefinger. I just called him Littlefinger. The problem that the prosecutor's having right now with this, right? He could have established the bias, but maybe he just doesn't understand what's going on. So what I would have done is go to this guy's YouTube channel and look at the videos, right? Okay, well, or ask him, well, do you have a bias toward the defendant? Because, you've just said rioters, this was a protest, and you keep calling them rioters. You said this, was it the rioters? You said this, you were right. Then go, January 6th, for instance, you called that or this, you go in and pick out parts of his bias to show bias. Then you can go into these questions about, well, what about this attorney? What about this? What about this? And then you could say, well, Judge, this witness has a bias, and bias is always relevant. So I'm showing that he has a bias toward the, but that's how you do it. You kind of show the bias, and then you can attack it. Here, I think he's trying to, he's just not going into the bias. He's trying to kind of smooth around it, which I don't understand why he's doing that, But But just so everybody understands,
paid by this
if you can
witness
show a witness's bias, it's
represent-
always relevant.
There's a
And
commonality
this
there,
witness
and that, I
is
believe,
biased.
shows bias. Now, you may see it
No.
differently, the jury may see it
All
differently,
witnesses
but I'd like
are,
to explore
there's a
this,
legal bias and just
jury
all
can
witnesses are
evaluate
biased.
how
So
that
this
affects
is just,
the
it's a
credibility
throwaway
of
line.
this witness.
All witnesses
But
are
it's-
biased. All
again,
people
it's
are
not
alive, right?
something
Yeah.
where he's
Okay.
hiring an attorney
But what I
to help
mean
him
is if you
buy
can
a
show a
piece of
witness has
property
bias toward
or
one
get
side,
out
it's
of
not just up
divorce
there
or
giving
something
you the
like that.
facts, right?
It's directly
Then you can
pertaining to the evidence
get that.
he's testifying about in this case.
Well,
I think he has an argument, Judge. I think he has an argument. I'm not. You got to let it in. He's got an argument, man.
probably will allow this.
What'd I tell you? Boom!
For the next half hour.
Boom!
But
I bet you nobody else is saying that, right? Bias is always relevant.
something of value.
He's letting it in. That is why you come here and watch this
reducing on the
stream.
subject of bias,
I thought I was going to lose that one.
which of course
I
is
thought I was going to lose that one.
bias evidence is admissible because it calls into credibility the witnesses. It calls into question the witnesses' credibility. He's only just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but
And he's edited these videos. Bias is always relevant, baby.
I think
You got to, Judge.
You're
I told you
about
this, Judge. He's being hyper vigilant. I don't know why he's being hyper vigilant now. This line of questioning is good because if he's showing bias, bias is always relevant.
Told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Shroff.
Yeah, you can't go into his conversation with the attorney, but you can show that this guy clearly has a bias.
Watch door. All right. Anything else?
Why yell at him? Why scream at him then? That's why I'm talking about. This judge is getting a little.
I don't know.
This judge is getting a little bit iffy now
It's
with
not one of
his,
those boats in long-
with him being, on the right and now.
But let's,
This judge is start. I like this judge. I think this judge is okay. I did watch yesterday. This is a good judge, but this judge is starting to get a little biased himself. I'm just going to come. I call it straight down the middle, right? Yesterday's judge, what he did was excellent, right? What Littlefinger did yesterday was wrong. 100% wrong. I was the first to say it. If you go watch Nick's stream, I was the one screaming, he's wrong, he's wrong, this is ridiculous, he's wrong. He is wrong. But today, this judge was wrong. This judge was not supposed to do that. He was not supposed to stop that examination. This witness clearly has a bias, and he was bringing out the fact that this witness has a bias, and the judge jumped the gun and he started yelling and raising his voice. That's unacceptable. I would tell the judge, that's unacceptable. And then he's going to overrule the objection and let him in anyway. So all that yelling and screaming just to let the evidence in anyway shows this judge has a quick trigger finger on Littlefinger, right? He's quick with the trigger finger. And I think he has to go back and he has to kind of sit back and say, yo, let me calm down. I know I'm upset at this guy, but he literally has a point. That's why when it first came, I was like, no, Judge, this is legit. He's got an argument. This is bias. He's showing bias. I don't, and I know I understand why the judge got him on a short leash, but something as clear as that. Oh, I was there because they're rioters. They're rioters. They're rioters. They're rioters. No, Judge, this guy's obviously got a clear bias toward the defendant. He's not even hiding it. Right now, here's the evidence of that bias. I do think Littlefinger could have avoided all this by by bringing out, here's the videos, here's this, here's that, and that would have showed the bias. And then when you go into it, then it's like clear, all right, he's showing bias. But he kind of jumped the gun and just kind of went into trying to prove bias without laying some foundation that there's a bias there. So I think, but this judge does have a quick trigger finger on Littlefinger. He does. He just has a very quick trigger finger. Nate the lawyer, the big question regarding why do you hire an attorney? Seems like the prosecutor's implying that he did something wrong when having an attorney is allowed. Well, no, he laid the foundation for that. And number one, he's a witness. He's not the criminal defendant, so he doesn't have a right to attorney for being a witness and everything. But he's a witness. He's a voluntary witness. He's coming forward, and you can ask the witness, well, if you're sending me one side information and I got it from your attorney, right? Would you send it to you? You sent it to your attorney. Like, why would you hire an attorney to just send us documents? That's an appropriate question to ask. So it's not an improper question. But he's getting into this witness's bias, which I think is fair game. This bias is always relevant. And you go to law school, that's one of the first things they teach you If you can show a witness is biased toward one side, it's always relevant, and information toward that bias is always relevant. Period. The judge has a quick trigger finger toward Goose Fat Bell is well deserved. Yeah. No. I want to be clear too. The bias toward the attorney is well deserved, right? He's got to have a trick because this guy's is almost violating the poor Kyle's constitutional right. When you violate the defendant's constitutional rights on the stand twice, then the judge is going to be a little quick on the trigger. Granted, well deserved, no doubt about it. But I think he was too quick on this time because that emotional scream at the beginning, what are you doing? That's not professional. That's not right. And now that he's heard the argument and then to let it in shows you that's where you get if he would have denied it, then you could have said, okay, well, it was obvious. But no, let's go back. Let's look at the way when the objection came up, how he reacted to it, right? Well, how he reacted to it. That's what I have a problem with. When you're in court, there's a professionalism here, and this guy legitimately had a legitimate argument.
I may say it differently, but I'd like to explore this. I got the name of the firm.
Bias.
I would like to know why he felt the need.
Right there.
Did video
But then
film
exactly, you can see it as
me. That entire incident recorded on
put it up on the
both your
screen,
body
sorry.
cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
Oh.
I gave it to you.
That question would have been asked of other
let's take
witnesses. Yes. I think it goes to credibility. Provide video in this case. I would like to know why. That's an attorney that you have out of Madison?
What's the relevance of this?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
You see, what's the relevance of this? Then he starts explaining what's the relevance of this. He's trying to go into it, Judge. The judge is
why
being a
he
little
felt the need
biased.
to retain
I'm just
an
gonna.
attorney
I'm not gonna.
to provide video
Even
evidence.
though Littlefinger's messing
It goes
up,
to bias.
you got to keep your head
It
on.
goes to credibility. It's been
I
asked
think
of other
let's take
witnesses.
the lunch break. Please
It
don't-
does. It goes to bias. It goes to credibility. He's right.
Before they presented by the same, I believe that
Mr. Grosskreutz had filed
Mr. with the district
on that in and of itself.
have received a lot of his, I'm assuming, but he hired a lawyer.
But the judge made the right call at the end. But yeah, the judge is this judge is really exposing his bias. He really is. He is. I'm just not gonna. Listen. I understand, guys. I believe Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent of these charges. Well, I believe Kyle Rittenhouse is not guilty of these charges. I believe what happened yesterday with this judge was appropriate, right? Because he did the prosecutor essentially violated Kyle's Fifth Amendment right to self-incrimination, and he violated the rules of propensity. Yes, I agree with those things, and I think the judge acted appropriately in warning the prosecutor and admonishing the prosecutor for those offenses. I do. I believe that gives the judge the right to be a little bit more critical of the prosecution's questioning of witnesses, because obviously you don't want this prosecutor is acting very loose and goose with the rules. No doubt about it, right? We can all agree with that. I think all fair-minded people can agree with that. You burned me once, twice, and you got 3 burns. Now you're going to be on a tighter leash than if you didn't have those issues. But today, that was inappropriate, yelling at him. What's the relevance? We're not letting him explain himself. And then after hearing the explanation, then agreeing that, okay, this is relevant and it should come. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I think this judge needs to go back and relax and say, well, listen, I understand Littlefinger's messing up, but I can't have a quick trigger, that quick of a trigger finger, because, this is, like he said yesterday, this is this is the law, the law for 40 years in this state. Well, the bias rule, if you can show a witness has bias and that's relevant, that rule has been since the start of criminal law, the Commonwealth, right? Commonwealth criminal law. You can show the witness has bias. It's always relevant. And in this case, that's why the judge had to bring it back and say, okay, I'm going to let it in, because it's about he's trying to show bias. So that's my explanation. Showing you some love, Nick. Nick is stealing your thunder with 70K. You got the short straw, but would have done at least a good job, probably better. Oh, thank you. No. Hey, I was over there on Nick for the first day. It was funny because I remember when I was watching, I was like, hey, Nick, I'll join you. And I joined you the first day, and that kind of led to the whole bomb. But no, I'm extremely happy for Nick. I was over there yesterday too, and I'll probably be back over there today when I go pick up the kids. Because it's a great stream when all of us attorneys are there and we're all just like watching it. It's fantastic. I enjoy it. But I was asked specifically, and I told people I was going to do the Arbery trial, and I would go back and forth between the two. So I'm not upset. I'm not happy. I'm actually enjoying going over the Arbery stuff, or even though the audio and video is a little tough and sometimes it's a little hard to hear, but I'm fine, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys who are interested in this case, wanting to see my take on it. It's funny because I'm looking around. Amazing Lucas is doing Rittenhouse. Everybody's doing it, and everybody's getting those huge numbers. But this is what I want to do. Maybe I shouldn't be so dumb and go back to Rittenhouse, because when I was doing Rittenhouse, I was almost getting like 1,000 live viewers. But I enjoyed this. But yeah. But I was But today I was right. So. Oh, here we go. I think we're back with the Arbery case. Oh no. I'm not. Let's not. Let's not. Views do matter, and I do get views though. I'm not. Don't feel bad for me. I'm getting about 1 million views a month. So and for the people that are here, thank you, because each view matters. But yeah, I'm doing well at views. So thank you. And people, my stuff is good. So people know. I appreciate it. But I do like the fact that I called, because that little finger one, I thought he was throwing it out, but I was like, no, Judge, this is legit. You got to let it in. I'm just happy he did, because I was like, I'm starting to think about my own legal stuff. Like, my God, am I right? Is it, am I wrong with this? If he's proven up bias, then it's obvious he come in.
My understanding, while I was cross-examining Investigator Lowry yesterday, is that the Right Reverend Al Sharpton managed to find his way into the back of the courtroom. I'm guessing he was somehow there at the invitation of the victim's family in this case.
Al Sharpton.
I have nothing personally against Mr. Sharpton. My concern is that it's one thing for the family to be present.
Al Sharpton.
The lawyers to be present. But if we're going to start a precedent, starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure, could be consciously or unconsciously, an attempt to pressure or influence the jury. To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Wayne County, never has. Hasn't been here since Elaine Brown ran for mayor, to my knowledge. But we have all kinds of people. We have school board members. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors in this town, over 100. And the idea that we're going to be serially bringing these people in to sit with the victim's family one after another, obviously there's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine. But then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week, sitting with the victim's family, trying to influence the jury in this case. And I'm not saying the state was even aware that Mr. Sharpton was important. I certainly wasn't aware of it.
They got Sharpton, they got Jesse, they got everybody up in there.
My concern about bringing people in who really don't have any ties to this case other than political interests. And we want to keep politics out of this case. So I'm asking the court to take appropriate steps to make sure that the gallery, which is already limited in this case, isn't being utilized for a purpose that could be viewed as improper. Thank you.
Any other defendants?
We were doing that motion. I don't know if it's a motion, but what is the motion? It's not really a motion. It's a reminder of the court's previous instructions to keep
Al Sharpton
outside the courtroom.
From state?
It's a public courtroom, and I have no idea how the Reverend Al Sharpton appeared to be here. So the state had no part in that whatsoever. So the state is unaware of how that occurred or how he came to be seated with the family.
If a bunch of folks came in here dressed like Colonel Sanders with white masks sitting in the back, I mean, that would be.
Okay, I don't know. So let me tell you what I had heard at lunchtime today was, what I had heard yesterday before lunch is that there was going to be, that the Reverend Al Sharpton was going to be appearing on the courthouse and appearing with the family. I was asked at lunch whether the court had any objection to Reverend Al Sharpton coming into the courtroom. And I said, as a member of the public, there are certain limitations on what we can do here, what is going on. What I was told was instead of having someone from the family sitting in the courtroom, that he was going to be sitting there instead of somebody else from the family. And my comment to that was simply, as long as things are not disruptive and it's not a distraction to the jury or anything else going on in the courtroom, so be it. But if it violates the court's rules with regard to the conduct of the trial or violates my orders with respect to how people are to conduct themselves in this courtroom, I will take it up with whomever I need to take it up with. Well, I will tell you that I noticed him once and that was it. And the fact that nobody else even noticed that he was in here means that everybody complied with this court's rulings on sitting in this courtroom and listening to the evidence. I don't hear a motion, and I will tell you this, I'm not going to blanketly exclude members of the public from this courtroom. If individuals, based on the limitations that we have in the courtroom, end up sitting in the courtroom and they can do so respectful of the court's process and in compliance with this court's orders with regard to the conduct of the trial, and they're not a distraction, then I'm not going to do anything about it. And I did not hear from anyone that there was any distraction whatsoever. In fact, what I just heard is nobody was even aware that he was in here, except Mr. Sheffield.
We were aware. It's not a distraction.
Maybe I understand that, but not a distraction. So again, I'm not sure what the motion was. Well, and I will point out there's a large barrier that sits. Who's sitting in the back corner of the courtroom. I'm not even sure the jury would have seen him sitting there. Nobody has brought it to my attention other than what was just presented as an observation by Mr. Goff.
The Reverend Al makes an appearance.
Blanket rule.
Kick him out, Judge. Kick out Sharpton.
Let's not overstate what's going on here.
He's out there. Like he's their pastor.
We're going to waste a bunch of time. If you weren't even aware of it until later, I'm not sure what we're doing.
Yeah,
he was there. He was there.
The question is whether the jurors are aware. If 10 or 12 jurors are sitting in the box and see a good part of the gallery. And we do live in a small town. That's where we're trying this case. And we have 12 jurors who are trying to maintain their anonymity here. Several have expressed concern about it. When we allow people in this courtroom who are not part of the case but have interest in it, and the jurors can eyeball them and recognize that it's people they know from TV, then that is intimidating. I'm not making a motion at this time, but if it becomes a problem, as it has been a problem for me in other cases in this courtroom, then we're gonna bring it back up. And I just don't want anybody to say,
he was in the
no
back.
idea this was an issue. It's an issue for the Bryant.
No motion before the court then. I believe. Oh.
That's it.
So, Mr. Goff this morning raised the issue of referencing a polygraph test without mention of the results of that polygraph test. For the record, I just wanted to give the court the citations if you were interested in looking at those cases. The first one is Stack v. State, and that's 234 Georgia 19. I think the actual pin site on that one is 23, and it's a 1975 case. The second one would be White v. State, 255 Georgia 210, 1985. And the last one is Norman v. State, 278 Georgia Court of Appeals, 278 Georgia Court of Appeals, 497, and that is a 2006 case. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have the third part of the deposition ready to go. All right. And everybody's ready. All right. I'm saying there's nothing further than for the court. Not hearing anything. Let's go get the panel.
I don't want no more black pastors in the court. Kick out all the black pastors. Kick out the black pastors. Oh my God. This is crazy. Oh, yeah, shop is welcome in the side chat. That's funny. He literally said black pastors. You don't want to know what black pastors in the courtroom.
All right for jury.
Especially when the guys, shot the guys, hit him with the body with the, saying the N-word. It's gonna make people think. Oh yeah. I'm assuming when the other trial is done, people will move to this trial. But it is what it is. Justice, Okay,
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the continuation of the deposition testimony of Mr. English. Ready to proceed? All right, let's go ahead.
We are back on. The witness is back. Defendants are here represented by counsel, and again, the witness is under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. English, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna keep my mask on. If you can't hear me at any point, just let me know.
They're being the witness is being cross-examined.
I don't know if you allow or not, if I can wait on just a minute.
I would, Mr. Camarillo will have redirect at that point if he wants to clear anything up. Okay.
I just want to let everybody know. So this is the homeowner where Ahmaud Arbery kept going into this guy's home. So they're going to, now that he's going to be cross-examined. He was just on direct examination. And this was taken in September. The reason why he's not there now live and in person is because he's too sick to be there. He's having a heart transplant, they said. So he cannot be there. So he gave testimony earlier where he was cross-examined and everything. So we're going to see what happens now.
And that's fine. If it relates to a question asked on this ribbon, you can explain whatever you need to, but let's move forward with this questioning, and when we get to it, if not, I'm sure it's taking all.
Mr. English, Mr. Camarillo mentioned Beth Grady as your lawyer.
Yes.
And Ms. Grady is here in court today, right?
Yes.
She's sitting behind the prosecution table.
Yes.
You notice she was passing notes to the prosecution.
Yes.
She doesn't work for the prosecution. Is that correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. She is related to your wife.
Yes.
Your wife's name is Amy.
And yes.
How is Ms. Grady related to your wife?
I think they're cousins.
Okay. You've had a horrible couple years.
Yeah.
Health-wise, you're suffering from sarcoidosis, you mentioned.
Yes.
Which affects your lungs and your heart.
Yes.
Stress makes it worse. It exacerbates the symptoms.
Yes.
Right. And then, of course, nothing can be more stressful than what you went through after the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery.
Yes.
Right. It affected you personally, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were times in the months following the shooting where you yourself felt like you were in danger of being killed?
Oh, yeah.
You had someone who actually threatened to bop you.
Yes,
And you took that to mean that you wouldn't get to use your house at 220 Satilla Drive. You were going to be killed.
that's what I was talking.
You actually had to call 911 on multiple occasions because people were, you felt, harassing you, harassing your property, right?
Yes.
And that caused a great deal of fear in you and your family.
Yes.
You weren't sure you were ever going to be able to use your property at Satilla again.
There was a point when I didn't know.
You were scared for yourself, you were scared for your wife, right?
Yes.
You have 2 children below the age of 18, you were scared for them.
Yes.
You were even so fearful, you worried about a drive-by shooting as something that was potentially possible.
Yes, I've had those thoughts.
And as a result of that,
Damn
you
it,
have
threatening to kill this poor guy.
taken it upon yourself with the aid of Miss Grady, your wife's cousin, to talk to the press, right?
Yes.
And try to explain your actions, even though you weren't ever charged with anything.
Right.
You felt like you yourself were being accused of something you felt like you never did.
Yes.
You didn't have anything to do with the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, right? You were a homeowner whose home just happened to be the home that he entered upon.
Yes.
And when this thing blew up, you yourself became harassed, right?
Repeat the question, please.
When this thing blew up, when the social media and the national media all of a sudden started covering the case, you yourself became a target.
Yes.
Of people harassing you. And you needed the help of Ms. Grady to navigate through this terrible ordeal you were going through.
Beth
Yes.
reached out to me, the best I remember, Beth reached out to me and explained that I was going to need some help.
Okay. And you were grateful for that help.
Yes.
And she has, in fact, helped you interact with the press, right?
Yes.
Interact with investigators, right?
Yes.
Interact with me,
Yes.
right? Remember, we had a Zoom call about 1.5 years ago.
I don't recall that, but I'm sure we did.
And Ms. Ho was on the call. You remember that?
I don't remember, I don't recall.
Okay, you don't disagree that we had.
No, I don't disagree that I don't recall.
And your memory, there's some effect from your illness, I take it on your memory.
I'm sure everything I went through for the last 6, 7 years affected it.
Now, Mr. English, you, on the day of the shooting, you found out about the shooting from Diego Perez.
Yes.
Right?
This case, I'm thinking, is going to be guilty. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
County investigators on that day or within a couple hours that day?
Not that I recall.
Yeah, I usually do my recap videos on Friday about what we just saw from the week. So I'm going to do recaps on both.
You're not saying you did, you just don't remember.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Camarillo brought up the fact that you talked.
You just go back to the beginning of this video. I did a recap real quick.
I did, I talked to you guys.
He mentioned one, Seth Hollander. You don't remember that person by name, but you do remember meeting with GBI agents.
I remember meeting with 2 or 3 different ones.
Okay. You met with one, and I can refresh your memory if you need it. You met with one
For all the people asking, for some reason, we're 4 hours in. We're in the middle of testimony. It's going to be hard for me to give you a recap right now. If you go to the beginning of the video, there's a nice little recap. It's probably the first 10 minutes. You hear the recap of this, of what's going on.
Refresh your memory?
Probably.
Yeah, Your Honor.
It's a very complicated case, though.
And I don't want to cause any concern. How do I approach Mr. English?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you just pass it here, I'll pass it around.
Now, I have about 30 minutes before I have to go, but we're going to watch this for 30 minutes, and I'm going to have to get out of here, and then we'll be back tomorrow morning for the morning session of court.
We just read a few lines of turn that cover page over, and there's a few lines.
Yeah, Kyle's not guilty. I don't think Kyle's going to be
See if that refreshes your memory of meeting with Mr.
Oh, let me see if the miracle, if this stayed green today. Usually I get yellow pretty quickly.
You may read it out loud or you don't read it?
Just yourself, just see if it refreshes your memories. I know.
Well, I got some good. All right, it's yellow. It's demonetized. All right, but it's not bad though. I got demonetized, but it lasted, maybe a little while, so not bad. So this man has a severe illness. That's why you see all the masks. That's why you see all that stuff. They're not taking no chances with this guy. Like even earlier, he was like, if somebody's not even got their mask on. So that's why you see in this piece, everybody's got their mask on because he's really sick. So that's why they had to get this testimony in early. That's why it says September 20 in the bottom. It's September 2001. And that's where this occurred.
Refresh any recollection, Mr. English?
I remember having some of that conversation with somebody, but I don't know exactly what it was.
Okay. And you wouldn't disagree with me if I told you that conversation took place on May 6th, 2020, right?
If it took place, I can't tell you what day.
Okay. Subsequent to that date, you called 911. Do you remember calling on May 8th, 2020?
No.
Do you remember calling about a man in a maroon Jeep with custom wheels walking around your home?
No.
We're looking at the call detail report. Refresh your memory.
I don't remember a maroon Jeep.
Okay. Do you remember calling again on the 9th and complaining to the dispatcher about people driving up on your property and asking the Glenn County Police to check on your property on the 9th?
I know the day of one of the protests, some people went in the yard with a motorcycle and they got some donuts. And then there was also some people walked up to the front door and looking in the windows.
Did you call 911 once you noticed that they were on your property?
I may have. I don't remember for sure.
And you also, in fact, had a recording of you holding your cell phone, and on your cell phone, you were watching the protests in your neighborhood. Do you remember that?
No, I'm not gonna say I did, but I don't remember.
You remember watching the protests in your neighborhood?
I watched it one time.
In Satilla Shores, you were watching while they walked by, and this is when the man said you're gonna be popped.
Yes, that particular day, I had HVAC guys there, and it was going to be paid when they got through, so me and my son stayed in the backyard away from the protest.
It's pretty frightening.
Sorry?
It was pretty frightening.
I couldn't understand.
It was pretty frightening.
Yes, yes.
Do you recall calling the police again when trespassers were turning water on and off on your property?
I don't remember it. I mean, I don't remember having any issues with the water, not that I know of.
We're looking at your call detail report. Refresh your memory.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, I'm gonna get me look at it.
Only if it would help refresh your memory.
It won't help. I can't remember. I apologize.
That's okay. When did Miss Grady
This poor guy.
call you to talk to you about helping you?
I don't even remember what brought it about. I don't know if she saw it on TV. I don't know how she found out about it or what brought that on.
Well,
This
after
audio
your
is so
first
bad,
meeting
too.
with the GBI, you had a second meeting with Agent Sechrist on the 15th of May, correct? She was with you at that meeting, right?
She was with me at the one meeting, yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the meeting, maybe if I remember right, that they were requesting mine and my wife's phones, and maybe she was supposed to download the information that was supposed to relate to this rather than taking all the information.
And in that meeting with Agent Sechrist is where you walked through with the agent where your boat was at different times. Does that ring a bell?
I could have, I mean, I've told so many people the story, I don't remember that.
Well, let's go back then to the beginning of all of this for you.
Okay.
You testified earlier that you bought the property, I think, 4 or 5 years ago.
Somewhere on there.
And about a year later after that, you started building your dream house, your vacation house on Satilla Drive.
Right.
You're gonna live on the water, or at least have use of a house on the water, Satilla River, and enjoy that as you got a little bit older. I know your health was a concern at that point.
No, I think they're still out. They're still out.
Initially, you had.
We're gonna go
you
here to
said 2
2:30
cameras
because after that I gotta go pick up my kids. I might just stop over there and say what's up to the guys, but then I'm probably headed back.
I can't remember.
Gotta go back down. So,
5 or 3, I can't remember.
but I'll put out a recap of all this stuff.
Said it was on 3 of them that we can get connection on.
Okay. Initially, you had a camera on the dock, right?
Yes.
Now, we watched some surveillance video earlier where we saw an intruder walking across the metal plank. Is that the camera that was initially up?
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 1.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that you had a second camera on the back of your house. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you. Photograph that I'm marking as Travis McMichael, exhibit number 1. Okay?
Okay.
May I approach?
I think it's the easiest way. I thought it would be doing this if honestly me getting involved in it. Maybe easier if you could just stay as far from the witness as possible and just stand up to.
Mr. English, take a look at Travis McMichael, exhibit number 1. Try to orient yourself. I use your red porta potty to do it. Is that, you understand what you're looking at in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what you're looking at?
It's an area of my property and the guest property around it.
And do you see your particular property on there?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of your property?
Yes.
Okay, you know, at this point, tender Travis McMichael, exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Mr. English, I'm gonna hand you a pen. Again, I don't wanna do anything that's gonna upset you if you have a pen. And do you have a pen?
No.
Can I hand you a pen?
You what?
Can I hand you a pen?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no document camera in this court.
Just to be clear, no felonies were committed. If anybody tell you a felony was committed in this case by Arbery, they are wrong. Arbery committed no felonies. No felonies.
On that photograph.
All sides agree with that. That's not in dispute. That's fake news. If somebody's saying he committed a felony like burglary, that's in dispute. He did not commit. Well, it's not in dispute. That is not in dispute. He did not commit a burglary. The defense even admits that. He did not commit a burglary. They're saying they believed he could have committed a burglary, but nobody's saying he committed a burglary. If somebody says he committed a burglary, they are wrong. They're misleading you. He did not commit a burglary. Both sides in this case have essentially conceded that.
And so you marked if you're looking at the back of your house from the dock, the far left corner.
They are, though, claiming that it was reasonable to believe that he did commit a burglary, right? That he did commit a burglary. But they're not saying he did, he actually committed one. They're saying it's reasonable to believe that he did commit one.
You testified that you put those cameras up because of concerns about liability.
Partially liability.
Right? I mean, Kenny Wade, your next door neighbor, had told you about kids coming around, and he thought it would be a good idea. It was dangerous down by the dock. It would be good to have a couple cameras.
Right.
not only that, but you did have valuables at your house at that point, right?
Yes.
And so cameras, of course, would help protect you from any intruders that were stealing things off your property.
Yes.
And that was another reason to have a camera.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, we'll talk about it a little bit more detail, but eventually you added 7 more cameras.
Yeah, 5 or 7. I don't remember. It was, they come in bundles and I added them, and some of them we didn't even use. I think we had a couple we didn't even use, I'm not sure.
Okay. You had 3 cameras in the front of your house, is that true?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in the garage?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in your living room?
Yes.
You had 2 cameras on the back of the house?
Right corner, left corner, yes.
And 2 at the dock?
Yes.
Reasonable suspicion,
Those
yes.
last bunch of cameras.
But it's not enough for a
you
citizen's
installed
arrest. Reasonable
in
suspicion is
November
not
after
enough for a
the
citizen's arrest.
white couple came in,
So,
and then the black
even if we
male
grant
came
reasonable
in.
suspicion, like Faith correctly points out, reasonable suspicion, that's not enough for a citizen's arrest, and they would be found guilty of murder. So, even if you can concede reasonable suspicion, but that still equals murder. Reasonable suspicion is not the standard for a citizen's arrest. It's probable cause. Just look at the 4th Amendment of the Constitution. Let me see. Yes, indeed. I learned as well. Thing is, Arbery charged a man with a gun as the wielder of the gun and tried. The wielder of the gun tried backing off. This is fake news right here. Again, why does everybody come here with this fake news?
Recognize that? You recognize
I
that
hate breaking
photograph?
down this fake news. I hate
You
breaking
recognize
it
it to
down.
be.
All right, it's fake news. Please look at the defense attorney's opening. Look at the defense attorney's opening. Please look at the defense attorney's opening. Don't believe me. He says it. He pointed the gun at Arbery. Arbery tried to avoid him and ran away. He then ran to block because he thought Arbery was going to attack his father. So he went around to confront Arbery again. That's fake news. Those are lies. No, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't chase down Rosenbaum. That was a lie. Ahmaud Arbery didn't just run at the guy who had a gun pointed at him. That's a lie. Look at the defense's opening. The defense says it's a lie. Stop making things up. You're going to come here. Stop just making it up, please. At least watch what the defense attorney says. Pointed the gun at him. He ran. He ran to the ground back behind the car. He said, oh, he's going for my father. He ran to confront Arbery because he thought his father was in danger, the father who was also armed. And that's when the confrontation happened. So please, if you're going to come here with fake news, I'm sorry. You come in here with fake news. Watch the defense attorney. He's the one that said it. Please, stop coming with fake news. Stop. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't chase anybody down with a gun. That's fake news too. Please. Fake news.
And then what you're tendering is just the locations of the camera. It doesn't have anything to do with this.
Okay.
This is the reason why we watch the trial.
Mr. English, will you mark on that photograph where your cameras were located?
So they're marking about where cameras are at. Yeah, it's just like, this is crazy. It's like people come here with this crazy notion. When you try to run people off the road with your car, when you hit them with the car, when a person says, I tried to hit them with the car, if I would have hit him with the car, he would still be alive. And then when you, the defense attorney says he pointed the gun at Arbery, and Arbery ran the other way. And I said, oh, he's running to the car. My father's in there. Let me go get him. And they're saying Arbery charged. It's like, why do people come here? And you know, if you're going to come here, I'm going to call out the fake news. Look at the defense's opening. This is what they said. I'm not even saying. This is what the defense said. So stop with the fake news, right? Stop with the fake news. I don't know who that is, if you're liberal or whatever, but if you come in with fake news, please, let's stop it.
And there'll be a lot of other witnesses will be able to tell you the date that was taken.
Well, at this point, it's been for that purpose.
Yeah, I don't know the political leanings of the person, but he, you know, it's like when the defense attorney says, yeah, he pointed the gun at him and Arbery ran from him, and people keep saying he charged the gun. No, that's fake news. He said it. The defense attorney said it. Then the defense attorney said he saw him going to the car with my father in it, so he ran to the car to go see to help his father. That's confronting Arbery again. So, you know,
Near your front door.
the facts don't matter. It's like the facts don't matter anymore. Just make it up. Or Arbery charged the man with a gun. No, that's not what happened.
Yeah, those cameras was moved a time or two when we was doing.
Come on, watch the video. No, I'm listening to the attorney. His attorney, why would his attorney say that if that's not true? His attorney said it.
So you might have had actually.
I feel like playing the damn open it again so people can hear it. It's like, what the hell? People keep coming with these wrong facts and then make, oh, he's innocent because I got wrong facts. It's like TYT all over again. No, Rittenhouse didn't confront anybody. He didn't chase anybody down. This all fake news. I went a year telling people that was all lies, state lines. It didn't matter. Now I got to deal with this shit all over again. The same shit.
Cameras at the dock, cameras in the back of the house, cameras in the front of the house. At no point do you see anyone stealing any items. Right?
Stealing anything?
Correct. At no point do you see someone carrying out of your house items that belong to you.
No.
And yet you know that items are missing from the boat that was parked in your house, right?
Yes. Well, now, I don't know for sure if it was in the house when it happened. I don't have video, and when I assume that it happened at the house, but.
Dr. Dysfunction, you're right. I'm sorry. It's my fault. The defense attorney said clearly
But at the time, and I'm talking
that
about
McMichael's
November,
pointed a gun
2019,
at Arbery.
January and
Arbery
February
ran
2020,
away, right? He's 30 yards away. He pointed the gun, a shotgun.
parked in the house.
Arbery didn't stop. He ran behind the car. The defense attorney says this, right? McMichael said, oh my God, my father's in the car. And he may be going after my father. So he then took his gun and went to the car to, quote, protect his father. And that's where they had the last confrontation that we saw on video where they grabbed each other's gun because they made the confrontation behind the car. That's what the defense attorney said. So when someone says he just charged them with the gun, that's not even accurate. That's what I'm saying. It's not accurate. It's not true, right? He thought, you know, if his thoughts were correct, that his father was that Arbery was going after his father, who was also armed. So that's what I'm saying. And people keep just coming and saying that like it's just fact, and it's not a fact. And it's just upsetting to keep hearing people say it, just like it was upsetting to keep hearing people say the thing about Rittenhouse, right? Rittenhouse chased down Rosenbaum. It's like, what are you guys watching? Who's saying that? But I apologize personally, Dr. Functional. I apologize. I shouldn't have. I should have been more. I should have been as callous. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I hope you accept my apology.
When she stopped and checked the mail and evening, one evening, I think when there, she may have introduced herself, but I think that's how it come about.
But the video depicting the boys coming on your property, that's not the first time you saw people coming on your property. Right?
Probably not.
The first time you saw someone coming on the property was at night, and it was that first 911 phone call.
Yes, on video, yes.
You didn't have any problem with those boys coming on, right?
No.
It's daytime, and boys will be boys.
I knew who it was.
Better for them to be playing in the street, like you said, than on video games.
That's what I feel right.
You didn't have a problem with doctors in the neighborhood coming to look at your new house, right?
Repeat that.
You didn't have a problem with doctors in the neighborhood.
Doctors?
Let me use a different word. People who were curious about your new construction. As long as it was daytime and they were just not hurting anything, you were okay with it.
Not really okay with it because.
The hell no one's okay with it.
And there's so many attorneys looking for liability, so I really don't welcome it.
Attorneys looking for liability problems. It's always see attorneys, right?
And as a contractor, as you testified, that's fairly common.
Yes.
It's different when someone comes on your property at night.
Yes.
It's scarier.
Yes.
You don't know why they're there, right?
Right.
You don't know what they want.
No.
You don't know if your valuables will still be there in the morning when you come to your house.
Right.
It's pretty scary. Let's go to October 25th, 2019. That's the first time you called 911 because of something you saw on your cameras, correct?
The best I remember, I'm not sure about the date.
That's the first time you actually interacted with Officer Rash. Is that true?
I'm not sure exactly when me and Rash had our first conversation.
That is in evidence as State's Exhibit 149. We listened to that call earlier, Mr. English, correct?
Sure.
We listened to that call on October 25th, 2019, earlier today.
Might have, I don't recall exactly my day.
Okay. This is the call, sir, in which you notified 911, or not 911, the non-emergency number dispatcher that you had a trespasser on your property. Right?
So, yes.
And you described them, tattoos down the arms.
Yes.
Black male, curly looking hair, plundering around.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told the operator you needed him checked out.
Yes.
He looked like he was drunk or on drugs.
Yes.
Now, let's be honest, Mr. English, you weren't concerned about his safety at that point. You were concerned about your property.
Well,
that's not what you told the operator. You wanted him checked out. You wanted him removed from the property. It didn't look good. Right? That's what you said.
I don't remember saying the word removed, but I guess if it's in there, I said it.
Do you recall the operator saying to you, "You want us to go find out what he's doing and have him removed from the property?" And you responded, "Yes, ma'am. If you would, I would appreciate it."
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I wish I had more time to go through this cross-examination, but I'm assuming what's going to happen, right? They're going to essentially make it, and I think it's right. You know, sometimes I'm too true to the facts, but somebody coming in your house 4 times straight, night after night after night, and you see them on the camera and you're calling the cops and all that stuff. If people, you know, I understand people want to make it seem like, oh, he was just some innocent guy, just, you know, mentally ill, just going around my house in the middle of the night and, you know, looking around and all that stuff. That's pretty weird. You know what I'm saying? Not that he doesn't deserve to die, he doesn't deserve to be, you know, murdered and all that stuff. But we can't just pretend like he was, you know, some saint just walking around meaninglessly, just like, oh, you know, the what was the thing that he was a jogger. You're not jogging around in my house at night, you know what I'm saying, at 1 o'clock in the morning. You're not jogging around at 3 a.m. in the morning in the middle of my house. That's just not happening. And you're not there, you know, 4 or 5 times a day on camera. It's just starting to be ridiculous. But those are facts. Those are facts that are about reality. But the other fact that we must also know is that he never stole anything. Right, at least the alleged victim or the person who owns the house, he never stole anybody. And McMichael knew he never stole anything. So those are 2 facts that I think are inconvenient for both sides. But you know, if you can say that you know an adult male, you know, coming in your house in the middle of the night being caught on camera 5 or 6 times, you're not going to be concerned that you know you know let's just keep it real, right? Let's just keep it real. But that day, they didn't know he had done anything wrong. So, all right, guys. And yeah, and I always say this. Arbery is Rittenhouse without the gun, right? Arbery is being chased, hit by the car and all that, knocked into a ditch. He's Rittenhouse without the gun. You know, and McMichael's chased them down to that particular point. So Rittenhouse without the gun is Arbery. It's the exact opposite. So listen, guys, thanks again for watching. I sorry I couldn't go any farther, but I do have children to pick up. As I don't know if you heard my wife in the background, but I do have children to pick up. So I will see you guys Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing this tomorrow, 9 a.m. We're going to be going through the same testimony again. I'm going to have to do a recap of the afternoon session, but that's essentially what you're missing here, is that the fact that they're going to go and essentially just go down the fact that these people were scared, these people were concerned, and that's why he kept calling 911 on Ahmaud Arbery. He kept calling 911 on Ahmaud Arbery. That is a fact, and I know it's a fact that's uncomfortable with somebody, but he did because he was concerned that Ahmaud Arbery was committing some type of crime in his property. That's a fact. That doesn't mean that he should be killed. That doesn't mean it was a felony. That doesn't mean it was burglary. Those, but those are facts that I think need to be understood. And no, you cannot detain a person. Private people cannot detain people under reasonable suspicion. That is false, right? They have under Georgia law on their side, private persons can detain people under reasonable suspicion. That is false. This is a false statement of law. This is a false statement of fact. No, they cannot. This is false. They can only detain people under probable cause, not reasonable suspicion. Think about this. Police can stop cars on the highway, right? Police can do that. Regular citizens cannot. Private parties cannot detain people under reasonable suspicion. This is a false statement. It's a false statement of law. And matter of fact, it's a false statement of the Constitution, because the Constitution of the Fourth Amendment says you can only arrest people, right? Because then they're not saying, they're saying arrest people with probable cause. So this is a false statement of fact and a false statement of law. Unfortunately, I understand the confusion, but think about this. Think about pulling over a car on the highway. No, private citizens cannot pull cars over on the highway. That's reasonable suspicion. But police can. Police can detain people under reasonable suspicion. Regular people can't. Step of faith. I understand you're saying it. You're not the first person to say it. There's a lot of people saying it. But again, this is wrong. This is the wrong understanding of the law. I hope this helps. Private persons. That's why they're saying they were trying to commit a citizen's arrest. For citizen's arrest, you need probable cause, not reasonable suspicion. I hope that helped. Listen, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Peace. And broadcast.